Hey guys, tonight we slip down to the riverfront of Abbasid, Baghdad under a soft moon, where wooden planks glisten with mist, and the air tastes faintly of silt and sesame. It's a place where the water doesn't just reflect the city. It bankrolls it, feeds it, carries its rumors and its rice, and sometimes its regrets. We're going to walk the wharves together, and I'll be honest, the Tigris doesn't hand out beginner badges. Stay sharp. Sandals can disagree with wet boards, and the river's sense of humor is, let's call it dry. You might think, I wouldn't last a day, which is fair. Day one is a lot. But don't worry, I'll keep the pace slow and the edges soft. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Tell me your city and the time where you are in the comments. I love seeing our night map light up across the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. A lantern swings from a crooked pole and paints a thin path across the planks, and you step onto it as if you've been practicing in your dreams. The timber flexes with your weight. Somewhere beneath the pier, a carp kisses the surface with a sound like a wet thumb tapped against a drum. The breeze carries hot bread and coal smoke from a nearby tandoor, then shifts and brings the river's peppery breath. All around, ropes creak in a slow chorus, and from the dark a round-bellied boat, a guffa, that bitumen-sealed basket boat, bumps the posts with the patient confidence of something that's floated farther than most of us have walked. The oarsman rests, letting the current argue with his hull. You're nobody here yet, just one more new shadow among many, but the wharf has a way of making introductions without words. The rope burn on the palm, the wet hem, the whisper of silt sliding off your ankle. Distantly, Baghdad hums like a sleeping beehive. The city stretches on both banks, Al-Kark to the west with its markets and din, Al-Razafa to the east with gardens and palaces. Even at this hour, the streets are not really asleep. There's a rumor that Baghdad naps in shifts. Founded in 762 by the Caliph al-Mansur, the place grew like date palms after rain, and the riverfront grew with it. Wharves piled out into the water, warehouses stacked with grain and textiles, potters' lanes and perfume cellars woven into a maze that smells like cardamom, soap, and tar. That's your mainstream history note, stamped and ready. This is the beating artery of the Abbasid economy, the Tigris ferrying things from the mountains, the marshes, the Indian Ocean, and, depending on who's telling the story, the edges of the world. You feel the bigger map settle on your shoulders. To the south, Basra and the Gulf. Farther beyond, ships from Oman and the Swahili coast. Upriver, the market towns and the canals that stitch the twin rivers together. The wharf is the hinge. Tonight, you are the pin. Lamplight softens the faces around you. Boatmen with sleeves rolled up to the elbow, porters with felt shoulder pads. The libda, a little miracle that keeps a shoulder from feeling like a crushed pomegranate. Clerks with chalky fingers and ledgers tucked into their belts. Vendors hovering with tin cups and steaming ladles. A pot of sesame oil simmers on a brazier, feeding wicks for lamps. Tiny flames stand at attention like obedient soldiers. Here's a quieter, quirkier fact, the sort that makes the wharf feel like a workshop for human improv. To waterproof those guffa boats, artisans mix river bitumen with chopped fiber, sometimes goat hair, sometimes reeds, stirring it until it spreads like thick date syrup, then press it into the weave. If you run a finger along the hull, don't. Tar respects no one's laundry. It will come away with the sweet earthy smell of the river's geology. A small technology, but technology all the same. You pause where the planks open onto a slipway, and a foreman with a reed whistle tucked behind his ear counts heads. He looks like he could negotiate with weather. In the dimness, his hand flicks. Here, now, 2 more to the baskets. And that's how you join the night's slow dance. The first load is not heroic. Ceramic jars with bellies like sleeping cats, lids tied with reeds, each marked with a brush-stroked sign. You balance one on your hip, one in your hand, and walk the wobbling bridge between boat and shore like a tightrope artist who doesn't want to show off. Tips. Lean forward on the step where the board dips, trust the rebound, and never stare directly at the water if you can help it. The river loves to make eye contact. It'll invite you in. Keep your eyes on the post ahead instead, the one wrapped with rope like a tired priest's sash. You move and the work finds its rhythm. Foot, breath, foot, set down. Somewhere near the wine stalls, someone chuckles. Somewhere nearer, a donkey tosses its head and the bell on its harness answers. You're within earshot of a poet reciting to an audience of 2 cats and a bored baker. Further off, a clerk and a sailor argue about how much a jar should weigh if the lid feels heavier than it looks. The clerk swears by the balance scale and the sailor swears by the moon. That's the local authority structure in miniature. For now, you keep your head down and learn the choreography of the wharf. Who steps aside on narrow planks? Whoever is holding the breakable thing gets right of way. Where the board's bellied from last month's flood, which pile of ropes hides a cat that prefers theatrical entrances. The river is not background noise. It's a conversation partner. When the current swells, you wait a heartbeat longer before stepping, letting the boat rise to meet you. When it slackens, you take shorter steps, making your own momentum the plank's best friend. You start to read water, which is a very different literacy than letters. A coppery line scrolling past the piling hints at silt. A swirl around a guffa's stern says the oarsman lifted blade too soon. This is river logic. It doesn't care for grammar, but it's strict about timing. In an hour, your feet know what your head barely speaks. A clerk shuffles closer and ticks a mark for each jar you set down. He mutters weights and measures in the quick arithmetic of markets. Tax is a shadow that arrives before sunrise, always has been, and so the ledgers must be ready to greet it. You resist the urge to ask too many questions. Questions are currency, and you spend yours carefully here. Still, one floats up like a fish to a fingertip. How many of the people around you share your path of arrival, from East African shores to the riverfront of Baghdad? You notice other faces with the familiar angle of cheek and curl of hair that remind you of home's salt and sun. Some speak your language plainly. Some speak a version of it braided with Arabic and Persian and words picked up from sailors who know maps by taste. Historians are still debating how many African laborers worked these urban wharves compared to the plantations and salt flats near Basra, and whether the city's docks were a brief station or a longer home for most. Tonight, in the hush before dawn, counting feels like a clumsy tool. Presence is easier to weigh. Lanterns wink along the edge of a warehouse. Its mud-brick flank holds the night's cool like a held breath. Inside, dates are stacked like soft bricks, and grain sleeps in heaped sacks that lean against one another like dozing brothers. A bale of cloth peeks from beneath a tarp. Indigo, the dark of a night sky just before it decides whether to rain. Near the door hangs a rough map, inked on scrap, more suggestion than chart, of canals and moorings, names that taste like water if you say them slowly. Nar Isa, Nar Sharat, Khorasan Canal. You trace them in your mind, following their curves toward fields you've never seen. Cities are often called hearts, but Baghdad is also a set of arteries and capillaries, and the wharves are the fingertips feeling the world. When you step back outside, the breeze has shifted. It carries laughter now, the light kind grown from shared work and shared boredom. A porter drops his libda when a cat brushes his shin and makes the sign against bad luck, which is not so much religion as muscle memory. A vendor offers watered stew with a grin that says he will argue with anyone about the fairness of the dilution. He says the word savory, the way a painter says shade. You trade a coin and step aside, spooning up broth that tastes mostly of cumin and a little of hope. Small luxuries form the philosophy of survival out here. A cleaner cup than expected, a plank that resists splinters, a moment's view of the moon when the smoke thins. Later, when your shoulders ache, you'll remember the soup less for its flavor and more for the way the vendor pressed the cup into your hand as if he were returning something you dropped. At the edge of the wharf, a boy kneels to tie a knot and hums under his breath. The tune wanders like a river that refuses to be rushed. You're careful not to talk about songs just yet. Tonight is more about steps than choruses, but you let the melody steady your movements. You catch a snippet of recitation, a line of verse about patience being a bridge, which feels on the nose in a city full of them. A watchman passes with a spear and a sleepy dignity. He nods once, measuring a dozen decisions in that one glance. Whatever he decides, he keeps to himself. The wharf runs on a delicate politics. Not quite trust, not quite suspicion, something between. The foreman's whistle remains at his ear, and though he hasn't blown it, everyone hears it anyway. You learn where the planks give you honest footing. The boards with dark knots sometimes lift just enough to threaten a stumble. The paler ones are newer and grip your soles. Ropes form their own geography. There's the pile you don't touch because the owner can spot a missing coil from 30 paces. There's the loop you're free to borrow if you put it back with the same twist. The same S turned just so. Hooks sing against wood in a minor key. You practice not getting in their way. You practice the pause that makes accidents think twice. As the hours ease past, rumors drift like smoke, low and curly. One says the canals to the west need dredging. Another says a new tax on imported wood will make scaffolding a richer man's game. A third whispers about unrest far to the south, beyond where the river broadens into marsh and then salt. The kind of whisper that makes overseers exchange looks and clerks do extra math. You tuck the rumors into spare corners of your mind. They are either doors or traps, and tonight is not a night for testing hinges. For now, your world is a distance of planks and the weight of 2 ceramic jars, the temperature of the brazier's edge on your hands when you pass too close, the subtle brag of a porter who claims he can tell by scent whether a bale of cotton came by way of Sirif or the long climb up from Oman. Overhead, the moon rolls toward a roofline. Its reflection quivers in the Tigris, turning boats into moving calligraphy. Somewhere, a scholar mutters over a text. Somewhere else, a washerwoman laughs and slaps a wet sheet against a board like a drum. Baghdad contains both, makes room for both. Down here, the wharf translates the city into rope and wood and water. You learn to count by threes. 3 breaths to settle the jar, 3 steps to the boat, 3 heartbeats to let the current lift you. The math is oddly comforting. When you miss a count, you smile at yourself and start again. The river is generous with second chances as long as you're paying attention. A boatman with arms like braided cord offers a tip about stepping from guffa to pier. Never plant your foot on the rim. Aim for the woven cross where the fibers are strongest. He thumps it with affection, like a friend's shoulder. His breath smells faintly of fennel. He tells you, because he can't help telling someone, that once, during a spring swell, he ferried a goat who refused to face upstream, and the boat kept spinning in small, stubborn circles. It's the kind of story that lives precisely because it solves nothing, only proves that even rivers respect goat opinions. You thank him and try to place your step exactly where he said. It holds. Another mainstream note, tucked into the way the city moves. The Tigris here is bridged, not just by wood and rope but by commerce. Grain caravans come down from the Jazeera. Dates come up from the south. Paper, a newer pride, travels by bale. Scholars' letters cross like swallows in spring. And yes, people move too, caught in the currents of trade and conquest, hope and coercion. You are part of that movement. On the wharf, big ideas like empire and economy shrink to hand size. A knot that doesn't slip, a ledger that adds correctly, a fair turn at the brazier. It's not that the large ideas don't matter. It's that they matter here in particular ways, measured out in steps and loads instead of proclamations. You catch your reflection in a shallow puddle. The lantern makes a halo that you do not trust. Halos rarely ask permission. You're tired in a way that politely declines poetic description. You're also steadier than you were an hour ago. The wharf has begun to fold you into its routines. The foreman's glance that shifts from appraisal to simple recognition. The clerk's tick marks that now expect your jars as part of their design. The cat that no longer judges your walking technique. You're not a fixture, fixtures don't sweat. But you're visible to the place in a way you weren't when you stepped off the shadowed path. Somewhere to your left, the river hiccups. A small wave slaps the planks, and a scatter of minnows dashes under the pier like children playing tag. You grin for no reason that requires argument. The wharf is not kind exactly, but it has a sense of humor, and if you learn to laugh with it, the work shortens. You practice this, too. Finding the joke that doesn't cause trouble. The grin that says, I'm fine in 4 languages. The shrug that rolls off the foreman's stress without sticking. A quick debate flares near the scales. The clerk thinks the jar is underweight. The sailor insists the clay is thicker this year. They both might be right, which is inconvenient. The balance pan rocks. A coin tilts the argument. You learn that fairness is not a number here but a negotiation, and that a good negotiation leaves everyone complaining at equal volume. Historians may one day puzzle over how these microeconomies police themselves. You can testify that the answer involves a lot of sighing, a few proverbs, and the occasional strategic pastry. You take a moment beside a post to stretch the tightness out of your shoulders. Customs of the wharf include a kind of public stretching that pretends not to be dramatic. You do the roll, the tilt, the fold. Someone nods at your technique. A little respect goes a long way. You're learning. The foreman finally uses the reed whistle, a soft trill rather than a bark, signaling a short pause while two guffas trade places at the slip. The sound threads through the night like a needle and gathers the fabric of movement into a tidy seam. Later, that whistle will be part of the way your body tells time. Across the water, a palace wall glows faintly, a quiet display of power that needs no audience. You consider the strangeness, that the same river touches silk sleeves and calloused hands with equal indifference. The current does not read titles. It carries boats and reflections alike, and if you drop a pebble into it, the ripples do not pause to ask who you are. That democratic physics is both comforting and a little rude. Still, you prefer it to politics you can't see. Water tells the truth even when it's muddy. A shout rises, then softens into laughter. Someone tripped over a coil and performed a little dance that saved both dignity and jar. The applause is brief, appreciative. The wharf likes competence, but it loves recoveries. You tuck away another rule. Never mock a stumble that ends in grace. You might need the same favor before dawn. Another little-known thing you learn not from books but from the way people glance at the sky. The Tigris has its own calendar of moods. In early spring, the water is a bit show-offy, swollen, and quick. By late summer, it lazes and exposes sandbars that weren't there in stories. Tonight, the current is middle-aged and sensible, which is all anyone asks of water after midnight. You adjust your steps to match. The jars thin out. Work flows in pulses, and this one ebbs. You take the excuse to wander 3 planks down to where a rope bridge lifts to a raised platform. From there, the wharf looks like a sheet of dark silk pulled tight over an uneven table. Lumps where crates pile, dips where the planks sag, gleams where lanterns make perfect circles of light. You exhale and feel the day, though it is technically night. Settle where it belongs, somewhere behind your ribs. A scholar might be tempted to summarize this entire riverfront with footnotes and cross-references. A storyteller might lace it with metaphors. You're neither right now. You're just a person joining the rhythm of a place built from trade, toil, and the dream that tomorrow's tide will bring something better, or at least familiar. You can leave the arguments about how this labor fits into grand narratives to tomorrow's daylight. Tonight is for learning the difference between a good knot and a beautiful one, between a practical joke and an unkind one, between the sound of a jar that is full enough and a jar that will make trouble at the scales. A small breeze lifts and whispers through the date palms beyond the warehouses. Someone near the brazier blows on the coals, and sparks rise and vanish as if the night were tasting cinnamon. Your hands are nicked with tiny arcs of tenderness where the rope has reminded your skin of the roughness of reality. They will heal into knowledge. You are not alone here. Even without grand speeches, the wharf offers a modest fellowship. Nods, shared cups, borrowed knots, traded advice. If the city is a book, the wharf is the margin where people scribble the notes that make the text make sense. The eastern horizon thinks about brightening, then decides to wait a little longer. That gives you time to settle 2 more jars, sap the last edge off your nerves, and make the river a little less strange. In another hour, the tax men will yawn their way into presence. The markets will unfurl like rugs, and someone will argue very carefully with a rooster. But in this thin hour, the world is quieter than rumor says, and you can hear your breath keeping time with the Tigris on the pilings. It's a good sound to end on. Not a period, exactly, more like a semicolon, promising more to follow when the day has earned it. You tuck the libda under your arm like a small shield, roll your shoulders once more, and take a last glance down the line of lanterns that sketch the wharf into something like certainty. The water folds and unfolds around the boat hulls, writing its slow script. You are legible to it now, at least a little. And as the foreman tilts his chin in the sort of approval that costs him nothing but feels expensive anyway, you realize that before dawn truly arrives, the wharf has already claimed you and somehow, given a little back, enough for another step, another jar, another breath. Mist rises from the Tigris like a quiet thought, and the foreman's reed whistle slices it with a single bright note that calls everyone to the chalked line beside the scales. The ledger man adjusts his turban, shakes his wrist to loosen ink toward the nib, and taps the page as if waking a cat. A small crowd closes in, porters, boatmen, warehouse hands, and newcomers whose shoulders still carry the tense surprise of first nights. No speeches are given. The roll call here is half counting, half invention. Names spill into the air like grain, and the pattern reveals itself quickly. The scribe prefers sounds that carry over water, hard consonants that cut through wind, vowels that don't drown even when mouthed through a scarf. An old river trick. One by one, labels are attached with the confidence of people who will never have to wear them. Masrur, Mubarak, Rain, Faraj, Sad. Good fortune names that feel like amulets when spoken fast, like a blessing and a dare at once. The pen hesitates only when it reaches you, and the scribe lifts his eyes, measuring your cheekbones, your hair's tight river of curls, the salt dark of your skin. Silence holds for a 3-heartbeat debate that no one announces. The foreman clears his throat with a sound that means, "Don't make this difficult." The scribe narrows his gaze as if he could weigh syllables on a balance pan, and then the new name lands. It's brisk, neat, serviceable for shouting across planks. It fits the ledger's margin and the foreman's mouth. It does not fit you. Inside your chest, your real name folds on itself like a map of home you keep dry under your ribcage. You repeat it inwardly once, twice, a third time, just enough to remind yourself that the talisman still works. Around the chalk line, the city's naming customs perform a casual lecture without trying. Arabic names are many-layered garments. An ism, the given name, a nazab, son of, daughter of, a kunya, abu or so-and-so, a nisba, place or group affiliation, sometimes a lakab, an honorific that flatters or jokes. Dockside improvisation trims the ensemble. The scribe keeps the ism, sometimes the nisba, and lets the rest fall away like sleeves rolled for work. When he needs to slow the ledger for clarity, he snaps on a label like Alzanji, a broad, elastic word the writers of the city have used for a range of East African peoples. Elastic enough that historians are still debating who exactly the term covered, how it shifted over centuries, and where ethnography ended and stereotype began. Tonight, the label is a shortcut that keeps the pen moving. It also reduces a coastline of lives into a single syllable. Shoulders loosen at the edges of the crowd as recognized names are called. Asen, hand up. Rain, small bow, grin from the spice vendor. Masrur, a wide-shouldered porter thumps his chest with 2 fingers, a gesture that reads like, present, and don't worry, at the same time. When the scribe reaches Mason, a boatman laughs, not unkindly, sweet basil on the wharf, a breath of garden in a mud and tar place. The clatter of low jokes is a language of its own. It parses status without ever turning to grammar. You step back half a pace and learn to translate the corners of smiles into safety or warning. Ledger work carries its own art. The Callum reed pen has a nib cut on the bias and slit so it can hold a small pool of ink. Every few names, the scribe retouches the tip with a tiny knife kept tucked behind his ear, a gesture elegant enough to be dance. When lines begin to shine too long, he pinches a pinch of sand and dusts the wet strokes so they set. Little-known habit, big difference. Without the sand, the page would smear into a fog of vowels the first time someone sneezed nearby. He licks the finger that turns the sheet, which is either brave or inevitable depending on how you feel about river air. Across a stack of palm fiber mats, a boy you met last night, nicknamed Sandal because he sells them and because a man cannot win a fight with 2 nicknames at once. Leans close. He whispers that the scribe likes names that start with Mim or Fa with Macron. They slice wind better. He also whispers that if you prefer another name, you can whisper it back at the world 3 times before sunrise and it will hear you. Dockside folklore has practical ambitions. You nod and put one more recipe for survival into the pocket of your mind. By the baskets, a woman in a headscarf counts out clay tokens into a jar. Tokens track shifts when chalk and ink have better work to do. Each disc carries a dent shaped by a thumbnail, 5 dents mean a full night's load rotation. 2 dents an interruption for flood warnings or a tax inspection that went on too long. When the roll call finishes, the foreman will trade these tokens in for stew or bread or a corner's permission to sleep where the wind doesn't get opinionated. The tokens don't have names, only dents and memory. It would be funny if it weren't so exact. Some people bend their new names into nicknames in the first hour. A tall man labeled Faraj points at the river in mock reverence and says everyone knows relief comes from food, not water. By the second joke, he is Abu Hummus, father of hummus, which is a title both affectionate and dishonest because the chickpea seller waters his paste to stretch profit like a philosopher stretches meaning. Laughter travels along the planks, and the edge of it softens the place into something not quite friendly but not completely hard. You learn that humor here is more than garnish. It is lift. Rituals accrete even around bureaucracy. After the scribe writes the last name, the foreman taps the reed whistle twice, one short, one long. The warehouse runner lights a second brazier because the first has neighborhoods. People drift into those neighborhoods as if pulled by taste and temperature. The tea corner, the bread slice corner, the coin count corner, the quiet sit and save your back corner. New names get tested the way ropes get tested. Pulled on, leaned into, trusted a little or not at all. You stand half in shadow and say the ledger name aloud once, purely to learn how it wants to sit in your mouth. Sits like a pebble. Your true name remains a shell against your ribs. Markets produce epics of paper that no one reads for literature and everyone reads for food. Somewhere above this wharf, the Diwan offices keep registers. Who unloaded what, when, in what quantities, how much tax will follow grain like a patient dog. The mutasib, the market inspector, watches scales and measures with an ethical eye developed over years of arguing with men who have never met a grain they didn't believe deserved a compelling narrative. Under that network, little documents proliferate. Chalk slashes on door lintels, quill marks on palm leaves, tar streaks on boat rims arranging loading order. You begin to understand that names are just one more unit that lets the machine turn without crunching fingers. Occasionally, the roll call tugs at a seam the scribe didn't intend. Masrer, he calls, and 2 men step forward. One is the wide-shouldered porter from earlier. The other is a rope-maker with a smile like a startled bird. They pause, consult, and solve it with minimal fuss. The rope-maker takes Masrer al-Akbar because he is older by a few winters. The porter takes Masrer al-Agar because he can shoulder 2 sacks at once and therefore can afford humility at dawn. The scribble of a suffix holds up a small tent under which people can stand without crowding. Memory has to work faster than paper out here. You practice matching faces to names without making your eyes too obvious about it. Rain is the spice vendor with a cuff stained red from sumac. Faraj is Abu Hummus whether he likes it or not. Sad quotes proverbs like a man expects to be paid in nods. Mubarak laughs as if he's tipping back a cup. Ayub gets nicknamed Patience in whispers, which is not entirely kind. Your own ledger name gathers a story within an hour. Someone mishears it and invents a joke that reprises every time you pass a certain post. The post becomes a bell for your invented surname. It would be tedious if it weren't oddly useful. A bell is a bell. Under the scale beam, a dispute about pronunciation finds joyous traction. The scribe insists on a classical ending, the sort that tastes like grammar in school, while the foreman prefers a dockside clip that won't trip a tongue in a storm. You watch the word lose a syllable for safety and gain a nickname for speed. There are worse fates. A mainstream historian might at this moment hunch over a desk and write that urban Arabic in the Abbasid age is a spectrum from courtly to colloquial. Here, spectrum looks like a jar carried securely because a vowel got shaved clean. Between breaths, a thought arrives you'd rather not broadcast. In another place, another register, your name would be recorded not just as sound but as property's attachment to owner, with phrases like Mala of the household of X, floating behind it like a shadow. Some rivers of the Gulf feed plantations and salt flats where chains make longer speeches. The wharf you stand upon is a different map square. Urban, shifting, partly anonymous, intensely supervised. Historians argue over proportions, how many labored in fields and marsh, how many in cities, what paths ran between, how many papers ended in manumission and what that meant for a life. The debate is ongoing, and the documents don't sing loud enough for certainty. You hold the present like a rope looped twice around a post. It keeps you from sliding, even if it doesn't answer. Rather than dwell in that not too long, you tip your head toward a woman selling licorice root. Dock workers chew it to keep the mouth wet when the wind is dusty and the talking must be loud. She passes you a stick with a look that says she's seen 30 roll calls longer than you've been alive and none of them deserved a poem. You chew and sweetness comes slow like sense. Instead of a second whistle, the foreman lifts a hand, and the crowd disperses with the efficiency of people who know that morning will always be hungrier than night. A boy with a slate starts a side ledger for the baskets that arrived unannounced. He scratches symbols rather than letters. One that looks like a fish means a jar with a painted fish. One that looks like a prow means a basket that smells of oil. Icon and sound live as neighbors here, borrowing each other's sugar. Later in the hour, the first official of the day strides down the planks in sandals that try to act like boots. He glances at the ledger, glances at the faces, and announces a change that makes everyone hold breath for a heartbeat. An inspector up the chain wants dock names standardized according to some neat scheme that fits a form in an office across town. You watch the idea bounce off reality like a walnut off a board. By noon, the scheme will be declared pilot, and by sunset, pending. Bureaucracy speaks fluent tide. Meanwhile, friendship sneaks in at the edges of inventory. Rain shares a palmful of cumin with Sad, who trades a proverb for a recipe. Toast the seeds until they release the smell of a warm memory, then crush them with salt and the clean heel of a cup. Masralager shows you how to pad the shoulder better with felt if the libda slides when boards get slick. Names become tools. Tools become favors. Favors become the sort of ledger you prefer, the one no one can audit because it resides entirely in the place where your breath counts to 3. Often a nickname wins the night because the official name can't compete with something funny shouted at the perfect time. When Abu Hummus drops a half loaf in the river and rescues it with a hook so quickly it doesn't even pretend to be soggy, someone calls him hook-blessed, and the cheer that follows seals it. The scribe writes nothing. The binding is oral and somehow tighter. Because the wharf has a memory that isn't made of ink, small rituals stabilize it. One is the whisper of true names into the river, not as an offering but as a rehearsal. You sidle to the lip where the water licks the pilings and whisper your own, quieter than a prayer and steadier than a fear. Comes back as a ripple that does not care and yet somehow does. Confidence stitches 2 breaths together. You return to the baskets lighter by a noun's worth of doubt. Out across the water, a cormorant perches on a mooring post like a black comma. Boats reorganize themselves into the sentence it interrupts. The sun thinks about coming up properly and then sends a tester breeze instead. Someone unrolls a small scrap of mat and bows. The first prayer call has already threaded through the alleys. But work and worship keep a braided schedule here. You align your tasks to the soft syllables that drift over the planks. A load goes up, a back straightens, a name is called, a name is answered, and all of it knits into something like belonging even when the thread was not of your choosing. Inside the warehouse, chalk marks begin to stack near the door frame. 5 lines and a diagonal for a bundle of reed mats, 2 lines and a dot for ceramic jars with sealed mouths. A warehouse hand draws a tiny circle for fragile. Then, ashamed of the cuteness, smears it into something rougher. You smile and don't let him see. The wharf permits sentiment only when it doesn't get in the way of lifting. On the quay's far edge, a quiet argument about language blooms where the morning sun finally touches the boards. One boatman swears that the word Zanj means sea-colored people, waving at the water as if it were a lexicon. Another insists it's about geography and traders and the way maps lie. A third says no one should use a word they didn't earn from a grandmother's mouth. They are all half right, which is the only way a dockside debate enjoys itself. You pass carrying a pair of jars and they pause long enough to offer you water, which is the dictionary entry you needed. Through the row of palm trunks, the market begins to wake in color. Indigo, henna, copper, clay. A poet with sleep pasted to his eyelids leans against a post and murmurs a couplet about names being ropes that keep people from slipping off the world. He's working on it. The second line still limps. You toss him a spare word, mooring, and he brightens as if someone opened a window. For the rest of the hour, he calls you Abu Mooring, in gratitude every time you pass. In a city where a caliph might receive a laqab like El Mam, It's oddly comforting to receive a dockside honorific that will never make a coin. Without fanfare, the ledger closes for the moment. The scribe blows on the last stroke and folds the page as gently as if it contained bread. He places a pebble on the stack to keep the morning from stealing it and tucks his knife back behind his ear. Another obscure detail slips into view. Some scribes keep a tiny strip of felt tucked under the wrist to keep sweat from smearing wet words in the late summer damp. You have never seen so many small technologies in one place. After the formalities, the work becomes the familiar ballet of baskets, ropes, and shouted cautions. Yet names keep performing their subtler function. When a jar slips, Masrur al-Akbar is faster to shout than the older one with the calm hands. And the named man is faster to answer because the syllables hook his ear. When the foreman divides teams, he does it with labels that the city would barely recognize. The goat savers, the sandbar readers, the quiet row. Labels are not all theft. Some of them are bridges built quickly and tested hard. Beyond the immediate circle, your true name continues its quiet duty. You breathe it in on the step where the plank dips and breathe it out on the step where the boat nods. A name you didn't choose moves the outside of your life through a system that prefers tags to histories. A name that knows you keeps the inside of your life coherent enough to make choices. Coherence doesn't sound heroic at a distance. Up close, it carries jars without breaking. Toward mid-morning, officials from the Diwan pass again, this time with a question that sounds curious and feels like measurement. How many of the dock laborers tonight arrived by river rather than road, and of those how many will still be here after the date harvest? Answers come back in the shape of shrugs. Transience is not a bug here. It is a tide. The officials make marks that will later grow into a report that will later become a policy that will later bump against the planks and soften into custom. The loop is endless. The wharf is patient. Against the warehouse wall, you and Abu Hummus share a minute of friendly boasting. He insists he can guess a man's given name by the way he grips a jar. You insist he has mistaken superstition for science. A wager is struck. If he guesses yours, which he can't, because you keep it guarded like a flame in wind, you owe him cumin for a week. If he fails, he owes you sandal straps that don't cut into an ankle. He tries 3 names that belong to other cousins on other coasts. When he laughs at his defeat, it is not offended laughter. It is the sort that builds a floor where people can stand together. Within the hour, the reed whistle sounds again. Single sharp chirp for watch the current. Because a tug of wind upstream has shifted the guffas in a way that makes boards groan. Feet adjust. A jar steadies. Someone mutters the name of the prophet under his breath. Another mutters a grandmother's name, and you, almost unconsciously, hum your own. River, rope, breath, name the meter holds. Finally the sun clears the roofline, and the shadowed ledger corner becomes honest daylight. A child wanders too close to a coil and gets scooped by a dozen voices at once. One of those voices has already decided a nickname, Swift Feet. That will stick for a week and then be replaced when the child does something more notable, like outsmart a cat. This is how the wharf composes the small literature of itself, name by name, joke by joke, rescue by rescue, until even the scribe's ink begins to seem like only one method among many for keeping track of who is here and who holds whom when the plank trembles. Morning slides down the river like a silk ribbon, and the planks show their grain as if the night had been sanding them in secret. Lantern soot clings to the beams, gulls test the day with 2 opinionated cries, and the guffas rock in the low swell, their pitch-scented skins catching the first thin light. The foreman raises a hand. No whistle yet, just the quiet authority of someone who trusts ropes more than speeches. In that held moment, a lesson waits on the tongue of the river. Nothing here moves alone. Board, knot, current, and breath borrow balance from each other. And you step into that borrowing as into a handshake. Palm fibers lie coiled in shallow baskets, rough as stubborn thoughts and almost as useful. A ropemaker named Abs works the lithe date palm strands, drawing them through a twist of his fingers until they submit to a tighter, cleaner line. He tells you to listen to rope, which sounds ridiculous until he drags a coil across the planks and it sings a dry note that tells him the fiber was soaked yesterday and sun-dried just enough to keep its strength. Plenty of cordage crowds this wharf. Palm leaf, marsh reed braid for throw lines, a finer flax cord kept for sail patches. even a strip or two spun from goat hair that clings to your skin as if it wants to sign a contract. You run your thumb along a fresh length and feel the tiny ridges that catch knots the way a shoreline catches driftwood, and the knowledge slides into you with that snug, sensible satisfaction you get when a cup's rim meets your mouth just right. Beside the slipway, the rope master demonstrates the dock's common language. 3 knots every worker should speak fluently, and 2 you should at least nod to politely. He doesn't call them by the names you'd learn in a distant sailor's glossary, because those names haven't bothered to walk this far upriver. He calls them for what they do. First comes the stay, a confident loop that clutches the piling and refuses to fuss when the river pushes. Then the promise, a bend that marries 2 lines without slipping when weight surprises it from the side. Finally the kindness, a quick release hitch you can laugh free with 1 pull if a jar wobbles toward trouble. He shows how to dress each knot, how to lay the working end like a sleepy serpent that still knows where its head is, and he makes you untie each one in the dark under a sack, because a knot you can't release fast in shadow isn't a knot you can trust at dawn. A while later, your hands begin to remember before your head does. The stay finds the piling as naturally as your palm finds a brazier's heat, and the promise swallows slack like a neighbor who adopted every stray cat on the street. The rope master grins and insists that knots want compliments. When you tuck the tail neatly, he calls it poetry. He's not wrong. A beautiful knot wastes no words, holds to the reason it was tied, and lets go the first time you ask without sulking. The trick, he tells you between instructions, is to keep your wrists soft. Stiff wrists make angry knots, and angry knots take their time forgiving you. Reeds litter the waterline, a fringe of green-brown needles that look like the river's eyelashes left on the pillow. A boy named Sandal, the sandal seller, still waging his tunic-name war, plucks 3 fresh reed tips, strips them to pale pith, and hands them to you as if offering a prophet's test. Float one on the surface beside the piling, he says. Wherever it pivots is where the fickle turns live. A reed tip runs like a compass alive with gossip. Another reed he crushes slightly so it sits lower in the water. If it mopes toward the shadows, the underpull is stronger than the sheen suggests. The third reed he tosses upstream of the guffa's prow. How it skitters back tells you whether the boatman should nudge left or right to set the plank flat. You crouch, blow, watch one reed spin, one crawl, one choose a path you wouldn't have predicted, and suddenly the river stops being a flat mirror and starts being a layered conversation you can read. Counting becomes your first decent instrument. You flick a reed and count heartbeats to the piling, then compare counts at different posts the way a cook compares pinches of salt. 3.5 here, 5 and a breath there. A single longer sweep by the slipway, a jittery skitter near the fish stalls where scraps sweeten the water and draw minnows the way rumor draws opinion. Sandal claims you can fix the counts to a simple chart scratched in tar on the post. Nothing official, just thick dots for slow water and thin lines for fast. A little S for a sly curl that will tug a heel at the wrong moment. You chalk it, test it, and begin to believe the marks even without looking, because your feet start to hear them. Cargo arrives with a stubborn sense of entitlement, but ropes do the diplomacy. The guffa's rim needs a double lashing so the plank doesn't chew into it, and the plank wants a cushion or the jars will complain in the language of expensive shattering. You pad the plank with a reed mat slick with dawn, lay your stay around the post with a firm, sincere hug, and run the promise between the guffa's sideline and the board's handle so any sudden swell will pull them together instead of apart. There is a small, dockside vanity in getting the distances right. Too slack and someone's ankle will spend an afternoon lodging a grievance. Too tight and a wave will laugh at your engineering. You adjust by a finger's width, the measure everyone uses here when the scale isn't invited. Memory of last flood season threads through the instructions like a low drum. Old-timers point with chin and elbow. There, where the tar line on the wall tells the story of a month the river wanted to see inside warehouses. Here, where planks were rebuilt after the water's prankster phase snapped a beam with a crack no one mistakes for anything else once they've heard it. None of the talk turns monstrous. The wharf forbids terror the way bakers forbid soggy bread. But the stories teach without ghosts. When someone says, "Leave a kindness knot at the tail," nobody rolls their eyes. Kindness saves jars, toes, sometimes reputations. Officially, the canal men claim the river is tamed by sluices and berms and a tidy grid of channels that sound almost biblical when recited, Nar Isa, Nar Malka, lesser cuts whose names sit on the tongue like bits of gravel. In truth, you quickly learn that water keeps a private life even inside engineering. Abbasid Baghdad is a marvel of water management. Yes, the canals feed gardens and mills, carry bales and letters, spin the city's flour, but down at the planks, those achievements feel like a polite introduction before the river laughs and shows you its uncombed hair. The mutasib may inspect weights and measures upriver. Out here, you inspect the angle of a plank against a stubborn swell and call it justice. Scholars hover in the background of your mind with their questions, as scholars do. Some argue there were guilds here, loose brotherhoods of ropemakers, porters, boatmen, tracing their lineage through customary dues and feast days, maybe even a patron saint's cousin in a market stall. Others argue the organization was thinner, more tied than charter, built of favors, debts, and a foreman's whistle rather than seals and bylaws. Historians are still debating this, and you can't blame them. The paperwork never sat still long enough to make good copies. On the planks, the argument resolves into something obvious. Whether there is a guild or merely a well-practiced habit, the rope still needs to be tied right now, and whoever ties it well is family for as long as the knot holds. Tools multiply faster than you expect. A bone fid, carved smooth as a story told many times, slides under tight lays so you can splice two tired ends into one smugly continuous line. A palmwood mallet persuades a stubborn peg without injury to feelings or fingers. A narrow bronze needle, triangular at the tip, carries flax thread through sailcloth with the quiet intention of a tailor nobody argues with. Tar bubbles in a small pot and surrenders its gloss to the whip at the rope's raw end. A little jacket that keeps fray from taking itself too seriously. You learn to ask a tool the question it was made to answer and to stop asking where a tool refuses intimacy. Jokes do heavy lifting when pride threatens to throw its weight around. A boatman declares your stay too neat. Are we tying up a princess or a post? And a porter counters that neat knots don't snag toes because they respect beauty. Someone coins a proverb on the spot. Rope tells truth to hurry, which is disrespectful to grammar and perfect for the moment. Laughter sands down sharp corners, and someone sneaks a spare fig into your palm, as if rewarding a puppy who didn't chew a slipper. Food and praise keep the dock alive. Knots that hold keep it from blowing away. Practice turns into miniature ritual. The foreman stages a speed drill. 5 planks, 5 posts, 5 stays in a line, then sprint back, untie them without leaving angry humps, and retie 2 promises between lines your partner pulls at random angles. The winners get first ladle at the stew. The rest get stew anyway, but with the gentle sorrow of second ladle. You enter that little race and discover the river's sense of humor again. When you breathe with the current, your feet place themselves. When you try to outpace water, the plank protests like an old auntie you forgot to greet. Timing, not muscle, sets the winners apart, and the river judges kindly those who don't pretend to outrun it. Watch the surface long enough and you learn a new alphabet. Catspaw ripples appear when a breeze pinches the water. The smile-shaped scum line marks where 2 currents argue about who gets to set the table. A single dark V near a piling means an invisible stick angling for your shin if you step without love. Read fluff. The shredded pith sandal insists is more honest than any clerk. Drifts into these letters and underlines them for anyone willing to crouch. You crouch so often your knees start calling themselves scholars. Kasab Matt's line, the pier, the woven reeds doing double duty as foot-friendly carpeting and emergency plank pads. The mat maker boasts he can read a customer's stride by the way the mat wears, and he isn't just selling poetry. The soft patches map to the places you fear the water most, the hard patches to where courage outruns caution. An obscure little hack circulates among mat and rope folk alike. Dust the mat's edge with sifted ash when boards are slick, and the ash lifts just enough moisture to give even a coward's sandal a second chance. You adopt the trick like a kid adopts a shiny pebble. Midday throws heat like a thrown pot, and the tar loosens into gloss that wants to shake hands with your clothes. The foreman shifts people into the shade in a pattern he won't call mercy but which everyone recognizes as skill. In that slow hour, the rope master teaches splices, the long, the short, the eye, each a way of telling a tired line. You are not finished. A splice feels like surgery without solemnity. You unlay, you tuck, you smooth, and when the strands lie down together without complaint, there's a little joy that makes sense out of afternoons. You label it quietly and slide it into the drawer in your mind marked stability. Policies pretend to visit the river in sandals that squeak. An inspector with dustless hems announces a new requirement for standardized lashings. The right kind of knot for the right kind of cargo with the right kind of tail, as if the wind reads bulletins. The dock listens with the politeness owed to a man who carries fines like figs. By sunset the policy finds its compromise. Tie what holds, and draw the prescribed pattern in chalk on the plank end so the inspector can sleep. It's not dishonesty. It's translation. Borrowed words land in your pocket without asking permission. From the Omanis on a broad-bellied dhow you learn a shore fast that eats shock like dates eat compliments. From boatmen who've climbed the Indus you pick up a net mend that looks like embroidery and works like forgiveness. A Sindhi joke about knots needing dowries slips into your day like an extra almond. Language here is a rope too, braided from comfort and inconvenience, and you twist your part into it until it holds. Safety, like grace, announces itself in seconds you barely notice. A jar skitters on a plank when the guffa heaves. Your quick-release hitch earns its nickname and the jar backs away from an argument with gravity without bruised feelings. The boy called Swiftfeet, as of yesterday's adventure near a coil, learns to call coming left before he actually arrives, and three bodies shift the necessary half-step that makes room feel infinite. No one choreographs it and no one applauds, which is the loudest praise. Prayer thins and cools the air when the caller's voice slides over the warehouses and reads, and the work threads itself through the syllables like a respectful guest who knows when to speak softly. You align your hauling to that slow count, match your breaths to the elongated vowels, and the rope seems to bless you for remembering that lungs are part of physics. Some men hum a work song that folds into the call without competing. It's less melody than meter, and it turns weight into a long exhale. For a moment, the wharf looks like a diagram of patience. Blindfolded drills become a game at twilight, the rope master's favorite mischief. He tosses a loop around your wrist and asks for a promise by feel only. Then an eye splice stitched while someone lobs questions about stew recipes to ruin your concentration. You answer both the knot and the cumin ratio as if they were the same language, which, here, they almost are. When the blindfold falls away, the splice lies clean, and the rope master nods with the stingy pride of a cat pretending it didn't enjoy the petting. Dusk cools the pitch back into obedience and puts pearl edges on the ripples that nose the pilings. Someone sets a small lamp near the knot pile, and the light turns every lay into topography. You run the stay again, slower this time, tasting the movement the way a tea drinker considers a cup before spoiling it with sugar. The guffas creak contentedly, as if ropes and water had finally agreed on a bedtime story, and the planks seem to appreciate the lack of drama. You appreciate it too. Quiet competence wears well in the evening. Trade, in the bigger sense, drifts through the scene even when no bales are in motion. Conversations about would make a circuit. Teak from farther seas, dear but stubborn and perfect for something that refuses rot. Local timber that asks for more care than most men can give it on a Tuesday. The clever compromise of plank and pitch that has kept guffas afloat longer than some families keep grudges. The Abbasid world tugs at your sleeves with its woven routes. Basra's rumor, Sirif's shine, Oman's sea wisdom, Sindh's nets. And even though you're upriver and ankle-deep in practicalities, you can feel the salt at the root of what you tie. Oddly charming bits of dock lore stick like burrs to your thought. Old rope, they say, grows shy in the rain unless you feed it a story. Tell it where it's going and it will hold for a stranger. Wet reed fluff, they warn, lies. Squeeze moisture out first or you'll read the surface like a mirror that thinks it's a window. Whipping a rope end with flax is kinder than with palm because the flax fibers lie down like cooperative sheep. And if you drop a coil, never coil it back the other way that same hour unless you want it to act offended all week. Superstition? Maybe. But when a superstition prevents an ankle from arguing with a plank, it graduates to wisdom. Tomorrow's chores are not a mystery. Jars, mats, lashings, a handful of reeds. And yet the river leans forward like a teacher who refuses to repeat a joke. You run the day in your mind once, twice, each time faster, until the steps feel like a pattern you could hum without notes. The rope master claps you on the shoulder with a palm that smells of tar and fennel. And he says the most generous thing a teacher can say here. The river trusts you not to show off. That trust is not big and noisy. It is small and precise. It is the space the plank makes for your heel because you tied the promise in the right place. Against the bluing sky, the reed beds take on the color of collected stories, soft and bristling at once. A clerk wanders by and watches you coil the day's lines, and for once he doesn't mutter about weights. He nods at the neatness, then at the chalk chart of currents, and says without moving his mouth that people who learn the river's handwriting don't fall in love with their own steps. On a different day that might sound like criticism. Tonight it earns a smile you decide to keep. Within the hour, the night crew starts to arrive, faces you now recognize by posture before voice, and the rope master turns his lesson to them without making you feel dismissed. You step aside, but not away, and find your hands doing the little kindnesses you envied yesterday. A fast loop to hold a board, a quiet suggestion about reed fluff angles, a warning about the cat that sleeps in the rope pile if anyone thinks to disturb that particular piece of royalty. The skills have begun to spill beyond your fingers and into your edges, which is where real learning lives. Over by the brazier, Sandal holds up a sandal with a new strap and brags that he learned its stitch from a sailmaker. The boast is sloppy and perfect. The stew tastes more honest than yesterday, which is to say someone relinquished the water jug before it became part of the recipe. A porter asks if the reed test works for people. Can you float a rumor past a foreman and see which way it turns? The joke lands, then insists on being wise. You sip, grin, and do not dignify it with an answer. Finally, the foreman gives a single level blow on the whistle and the work shifts from study to flow. Ropes hum, boards answer, and the river stops asking to be read and starts offering simple instructions. You step between guffa and quay with the right foot at the right time, move an elbow to make a narrow space wide, and glance at a knot once to see that it wishes to be admired. When something tries to become a problem, a jar's foot sniffing at the edge, a kindness not releases with the contented sigh of a door opened by someone who knew you were coming. No heroics bloom. The wharf prefers competence to applause. Atop the far piling, a cormorant ruffles its wings and throws a last fishy opinion at the water before choosing some distant dark. The smell of tar softens into the smell of sleep, and the planks exhale the day as if pleased by everyone's posture. You drag the final coil into its shadow, palm the whip end flat, and pat it with the gratitude usually reserved for friends. The rope purrs, or maybe that's in your head. Either way, it holds, and the night holds with it. Amid these modest victories, the bigger city remains a rumor you can touch. Palaces upstream, markets downstream, scholars somewhere arguing about the number of angels that can dance on a kernel of wheat if taxed properly. That's the wider Abbasid story. Libraries, letters, clever machines that lift water against its will. But at the edge of all that brightness, this quiet craft of ropes and reeds writes footnotes large enough to stand on. No one will copy your knots onto parchment, but jars arrive unbroken, ankles remain unbruised, and the river, pleased, lets you pass. Grain arrives like weather, the sort that can turn a quiet sky into a crowded afternoon without apologizing. Sacks roll from the guffa's bellies in a slow avalanche, canvas bulging with wheat and barley. A few rare bags of rice that make clerks straighten as if prestige weighed less than chaff. The foreman stations the board at a gentler angle than yesterday, and the kindness not you practiced anchors it with a confidence that calms ankles and tempers alike. Each thud on the planks is its own punctuation. This is the city's pantry spreading itself open to be counted and taxed. The Tigris doesn't just carry boats, it carries breakfasts. Around you, flower fingerprints bloom on shoulders and eyebrows, soft lightning that pretends to be a joke while promising blisters later if no one minds their breath. Burlap scratches along your neck when the first sack settles into the crook of your shoulder, heavier than a vow but lighter than panic. The libda, felt shoulder pad, stays put thanks to a thin strip of leather someone stitched overnight, and the difference is like stepping from a crowded alley into a courtyard. A man next to you grunts as his sack slips and he rescues it with a hip flick that ought to be in a dance school. The rhythm begins to declare itself. Lift on the exhale, step on the pause, breathe on the plank, smile at the post, set down just past the scale so the clerk's line can grow neat. The sack's body talks to your bones in a gravel dialect, and you answer in the grammar of knees. Breath becomes a metronome you did not know you were carrying. In through the nose to keep the dust from staging a parade in your throat. Out through the smallest O your lips can make so you don't drop all your courage at once. Sesame oil rubbed on the mustache line. An old dock trick. Traps flour before it storms the lungs. And a shred of licorice root keeps your mouth from becoming a courtyard at noon. Tiny technologies, but tonight you love them like cousins. By the third load, your ribs learn to stop competing with pride. By the fifth, a quiet efficiency takes over that looks like grace if no one watches too closely. Every lift is a sentence whose subject is weight and whose verb is timing. Weights have tempers here, and measures have biographies. The rattle whispers from the scale pan. The mud winks from the scoop. The essay with Macron rides in with the confidence of family names. A smaller clerk, new enough to still be careful, mutters conversions while the older one corrects him without moving his mouth. The mutasabes assistant hovers to ensure the measures haven't developed a taste for fiction overnight. A mainstream note settles next to the rope coil. In Abbasid markets, officials police scales and cups like watchful relatives at a wedding, because grain is taxes in a different outfit and cities live or sulk by these numbers. The assistant touches the beam's tongue, waits for the perfect stillness, and signs his approval with a blink that cost him years to learn. Dust swirls into halos wherever sacks meet boards, turning men into reluctant saints for the length of a breath. Someone jokes that the wharf canonizes everybody at least twice a night. The trick is not to believe your own icon. Date fibers cling to cuffs like burrs that want opinions. A cat sneezes with theatrical precision, then glares at the air as if wronged by weather. Between coughs, a porter teaches you a small, odd charm. Pinch a date pit between finger and thumb and draw a line under one eye. Superstition says it keeps flour out of tears. It's not science, but neither is hope, and both work often enough to earn a corner in the toolbox. Between sacks and scales, a small science grows around your ankles. The plank flexes according to where the guffa's belly is in the swell, and your toes learn to predict a half-beat ahead. You and Sandal share a glance, then a nod, the kind people give when a trick becomes habit. He shows how to pull the libda forward just before stepping onto the plank so the sack's weight kisses the pad rather than cording your collarbone. You slip into that dance and find your spine later thanking you with an absence of complaint. Each trip becomes a little less theater and a little more craft. Under the awning, a date merchant thrones behind a mound that looks like a sunset petrified into fruit. Kastawi, Zahidi, Kalas, names that melt as they pass the tongue. He explains, to anyone not specifically asking, that marsh winds affect sweetness, and that dates remember how they were dried the way bread remembers who needed it. He wears a ring carved from date pit, a charm against hunger, and claims that boys in Basra play knucklebones with polished pits that clack like clever arguments. Grain swells bellies, dates sweeten moods. The wharf needs both, and it handles them with the same mixture of reverence and haggling. Across the slipway, the ropemaster watches to ensure the promise bend joining the plank's tether to the guffa's rim doesn't creep as the weight changes. He makes you redo a tail so the knot lies flatter and intentions don't catch toes. Pretty is safe, he says, and you believe him because the opposite is written on so many shins. The read fluff chart from yesterday proves itself. The small curl near post 3 steals a heartbeat if you forget it, and you stop forgetting it after the second reminder. Ropes and lungs, knots and breath. The grammar lessons continue without chalk. By mid-morning, shoulders learn diplomacy. You switch sides every few loads, offering each muscle group a truce. Knees bend before back complains. Eyes track the plank's first 2 slats rather than the water's persuasive mirror, because the river is a flirt and the price of compliments is always higher than advertised. Abu Hummus insists on walking ahead occasionally, telling jokes with enough air left in his lungs to embarrass your stamina into improving. He demonstrates how a laugh can loosen shoulders like oil, and you grudgingly concede the research checks out. Inside the warehouse, grain makes its own landscapes. Dunes of barley, terraces of wheat, a chilly cliff of rice stacked in envy-inducing sacks that whisper about distant monsoons. Men jab wooden pegs into the floors to help the dunes hold their shape, a trick that looks like sculpture class managed by accountants. Chalk marks on the walls tell the story of last season's flood, and how high bales floated when the river borrowed the warehouse without an invitation. An old man pats the chalk like an old scar and says, "It didn't even knock." He's joking, but also not. Records live in ink upstairs. Down here they live in stains. Outside, the sun pushes down with a gentle insistence that turns tar glossy and tempers short if not nourished. A vendor sloshes water into a small clay jar and sets it in the shade to cool itself by sweating. Porous clay, miracle of physics that tastes like mercy by noon. Another, more questionable blessing circulates. Someone swears that rubbing a thin smear of sesame oil inside the nostrils keeps dust from making a nest. Might be nonsense, might be genius. You try it and pretend it doesn't tickle. The sneeze you do not have feels like a victory fit to be danced about, but you keep your celebration for the plank. Meanwhile, a scribe notes conversions and quantities with the sleepy exactitude of a man who knows someone will quarrel with these numbers after lunch. He murmurs of taxes, carriage on land, usher on trade, like a lullaby sung to ledgers. A mainstream detail sits safely here. Abbasid fiscal life is a garden of categories, and grain is the path through it. He pauses to lick the reed's tip, then stops, remembering the dust, and uses the felt under his wrist instead. Economies are built on such small mercies. He draws a line next to your team's column that looks like approval disguised as boredom. Often, a song threads through the heft, not loud, just steady. Not quite a melody, more like scaffolding for breath. One line asks the river to behave, another asks the plank to remember its job. A third tells the sack that pride is not a useful weight at noon. The reed whistle stitches those beats into sense. A single long call means the guffa will rise on the next count. Two short chirps warn of a board that needs love. Music here isn't decoration. It's instruction wearing a smile. Rarely does anyone speak about the plantations and marshes far downriver where other hands drag brine and cut cane in patterns that curl their backs like question marks. The word zanj hangs in air now and then, elastic and imprecise, and nobody agrees to stretch it the same way. Some mean seafaring traders from the Swahili coast. Some mean laborers. Some mean every face the river sun kissed darker than a clerk's patience. Historians are still debating the term's reach, its shifts across centuries, and its habit of flattening complex coasts into one syllable. On the planks today, the debate stays quiet. Sacks demand attention that neither politics nor poetry can borrow. Sometimes policy arrives wrapped in parchment and escorted by sandals that have never tasted tar. The inspector proposes a new rule. Date sacks should be tied off with a double twist and sealed with a clay plug impressed by a market stamp so nobody steals sweetness by finger pinch. It sounds sensible until 20 men point out that clay plugs don't like the river's sense of humor and stamps smear when handled by humans. A compromise appears like a saint in a doorway. Wax on good days, clay on the others, and an oath spared for the rest. The inspector writes pilot in the margin, which in dock language means, we'll keep doing what works. After the heat spikes, the pace slackens into a cooperative truce with the day. The guffas bob with a droll, almost sleepy rhythm, and even the gulls lower their volume as if respecting a siesta none of you are actually taking. Dates perfume the air with a sticky, brown sweetness that clings to the back of the nose, and someone quotes a proverb about patience being a date that ripens when it wants, not when shouted at. You accept this wisdom because the sack on your shoulder is interested in physics, not philosophy, and physics insists on the next step. Later, a caravan from the Jazeera staggers in, men dusted to the color of road stories, mouths full of stale jokes and relief. Their sacks wear different stitching, and the rope master admires it as if greeting a cousin from a far branch. A subtle cultural exchange occurs at the edge of a plank. You teach a visiting porter the dock's promise bend. He shows you a shoulder roll that resets a muscle without a physician. This is how an empire pays for itself without minting coins. One useful trick at a time, traded without receipts. Beyond the practical, a philosophy of carrying emerges that surprises you by being kind. Lean into the weight with a spine like a question mark turned gently upright. Let the sack sit not on bone but on intention. Trust the libda to keep bruises from translating into tomorrow. An older worker taps his foot twice before each lift, and when you copy him your breath falls into a helpful loop that looks suspiciously like prayer. Piety has many forms. Today, It looks like a back saved by a habit. With a wink, Abu Hummus invents a unit of joking measure, 1 hummus, equivalent to the amount of stubbornness required to carry an underfilled sack without complaining to the clerk who will do nothing about it. It's a generous unit, often misapplied. Sandal counters with 1 sandal, the distance a man can walk on planks before remembering he owns a second foot. The wharf permits such currency. Laughter buys seconds of breath that profit couldn't afford. Before the second call to prayer, dates take over the stage. Fibrous dust floats golden where flour had floated pale. A woman with a knife like a smile slices open a crate to check for rot, and the scent of syrup leaps into the air with a graceful somersault. She dips a finger, tastes, and nods. This batch sings in the key of patience. The clerk notes the variety. Zahidi, firm and tidy. Kalas, soft as a letter from someone who still cares. You tuck away a small, delicious truth. In a city that can run on arguments, sweetness often closes the day's negotiations. Amid the sweetness, a problem appears wearing a friendly face. 1 date mound sags as if embarrassed, the wood beneath gone soft from a previous spill. The foreman squints, then signals for the promise to cinch a brace while the stay moves 2 posts toward shade. You and the rope master arrange a little stagecraft. Support from below, restraint from the side, and a mat sacrifice to keep the skins unscuffed. The mound regains posture, and nobody writes a poem because preventing disaster is quieter than rescuing it. Pride, nevertheless, checks its hair in the nearest reflection. Downstream rumors ride in on reed boats with men who have carried wind in their sleeves. The talk is of harvests good enough to make prices shrug, of a canal that sulked itself shallow until a team of dredgers coaxed it back with songs and shovels, of a governor whose fondness for dates might become policy in the way appetites sometimes wear crowns. A scholar passing by smiles without stopping and adds that paper from Samarkand drinks ink better than it has any right to, which means more poems arguing with ledger numbers next market day. News here is a stew. You pick your spoon carefully. Here, the trick is never to hurry the first step. A sack's center of gravity is a gossip with particular advice, and the plank prefers to be wooed rather than surprised. Knees flex, heels cooperate, the libda sits loyal, and the breath remembers its role. The sky shifts toward afternoon, and the river's surface wears the color of steel being polite. You tell yourself a quiet story about your spine being a bridge that households trust. Bridges don't run, they endure. Sounds grand. It feels practical. Without ceremony, the foreman rotates teams so no one courts exhaustion's bad manners. The reed whistle gives a low note that tastes like relief. You trade the sack station for the stacking corner, where hand signals replace words and small nods steer the world. A boy called Swift Feet graduates to Careful Hands, after he rearranges a pyramid with a calm that makes even the guffa stop creaking. Titles here are like sandals. Earned quickly, worn until weather changes, replaced without drama when something truer appears. Eventually, the mountains shrink to slopes, and slopes flatten into tidy rectangles with corridors wide enough for dignity to pass. The last wheat sack thumps into place and sighs the way containers do when they realize they won't have to explain themselves again today. The scale beam rests like a tired bird, and the clerk closes the ledger with a pat that looks like affection he would deny under oath. A tacky glaze of date sugar on your fingers refuses to be offended by water and demands scrubbing with sand instead. It's a small annoyance that somehow feels like a medal. Tonight's ledger will show numbers dense enough to feed a neighborhood of arguments. The Diwan will read them with an eyebrow, the mutasib will amuse himself by spotting impossible sums, and the tax farmers will dream in neat columns until real life jostles them awake. A debated note threads the talk on a nearby bench. Whether Baghdad's cur matched Basra's or floated with the market wind, historians are still debating the exact equivalences and how regional habits bent official measures into useful shapes. Down on the planks, your body measures in steps and breaths, and the equation equals done. Finally, the wharf exhales. A breeze sneaks upriver and lifts the flour film from your hair, making a small, ridiculous halo you pretend not to notice. A shared bowl of water appears, then a second, then tea that tastes of mint and scoldings. The rope master runs a thumb along the day's knots and nods like a craftsman leaving a room correctly arranged. Sandal hands over a pair of straps he owes you from a wager you won on a guess he never had a chance of winning. Abu Hummus toasts the afternoon with a chickpea he claims is a relic from a saint's lunch. Laughter settles in the dust's place. The river chuckles at the posts like a storyteller proud of an ending that arrives on time. Ledgers arrive before the sun admits it, as if paper wakes earlier than people. Reed pens scratch a dry music across the pages, scales wink under lantern light, and a row of chalked marks blooms along the warehouse doorframe like a vine that climbs by arithmetic. The foreman stations you near the counting board because apparently, after a night of getting fluent in ropes and planks, the river believes you're ready to conjugate numbers. A scribe spreads his tools, ink pot, sand shaker, knife for trimming the nib, and smiles the way shopkeepers smile at new shelves. Nothing dramatic is happening, and yet the world narrows to columns. Chalk speaks dockside faster than tongues. One quick slash on the post records a jar unloaded. 5 slashes stitched by a diagonal signal a complete batch. A circle with a dot means fragile. Do not stack with enthusiastic optimism. The chalk dust tastes like plaster when it drifts into your mouth, and a boy with a broom shuffles it into patterns by accident, creating a soft thundercloud underfoot. A quirk hardly anyone mentions out loud. Chalk is a democratic ink. Even the laborers who never learned their letter shapes read these tallies perfectly, and that literacy keeps the wharf honest when eyes are too busy to argue. Ink behaves like a patient river in its cup, black, thickened by gum arabic, occasionally perfumed by the faintest scent of lamp soot. The scribe dips, taps, and writes your team's counts in a hand that curls like a rope laid correctly. He has dusted the page with sand so the letters set, and when the breeze flips a corner, you help with a palm to keep the numbers from becoming modern dance. He carries a small felt square under his wrist to keep sweat from smudging lines. You file that trick beside the sesame oil mustache and the licorice root as one more minimal technology that saves a day. Market logic untangles itself in the margins. Weighing jars means negotiating with clay. A thick-walled pot tells a different story than a thin-lipped one. The municipes deputy stands ready to scowl the moment numbers act like rumors. He watches for false bottoms in baskets, and he has the nose of a wolf for watered flour. A mainstream point is busy being obvious. Abbasid markets are supervised by officials tasked with weights and measures, and the city's trust in bread, oil, and grain hangs on their vigilance more tightly than amphorae hang from a rope's promise. The deputy isn't cruel, but he frowns as if saving humanity from arithmetic's bad habits. Inside the counting shed, jars line up like students determined to pass. Each receives its moment on the scale pan, and each provokes a short play. Adjustment of weights, a tilt of the beam, a lift of an eyebrow, and a note in the ledger with the sort of abbreviation that will later confuse a clerk looking for excuses. The scale's tongue flickers toward level, a small brass conscience, and settles. Sandy fingerprints decorate everything. You learn to pivot sacks into position without asking the beam to do more philosophy than necessary. Outwardly, the tax man seems carved from patience, but his reed pen does not dawdle. He writes with a script that makes the numbers look like they're marching to the Diwan, those government offices upriver where money behaves as if it believed in destiny. He cares about categories: carriage for land taxes, usher for trade passing a threshold, fees for mooring rights, a note for waste spillage that reads like a sigh. He leans on the table and the table groans respectfully. You stand 2 paces away because his frown has a way of recruiting bystanders into responsibility. Numbers become your weather. Too many jars underweight and the room sours. Too many over and suspicion sprinkles over everything like chaff. The scribe murmurs conversions, rattle to mud, mud to essay with macron, while the foreman translates the murmurs into orders. You learn to hear mood by the speed of the pen. Quick strokes when totals please the room, slow loops when the math refuses to sit. On the planks, you kept time with breath. Here, you keep time with scratches. Taxes smell like ink and caution. The municipes assistant tests a volume measure by filling it with grain and leveling it with a straight date petiole, then tapping the rim to shake down any air that dreams of being prophet. He warns against the generous heap, which looks neighborly and cheats the city, and against the modest dip, which looks thrifty and cheats the buyer. Between those two edges, fairness takes a seat. You do not disagree with a man who carries an authority seal and knows how to use it like punctuation. Clerks perform a theater of exactness that would make a cat proud. One smooths a corner of papyrus with pumice before the ink touches it so the page drinks evenly. Another lifts a spent pen and tests the cut with the kind of kiss that would scandalize an auditorium but is appropriate here. A tiny ladle for sand hangs on a red cord, and when the scribe tips it, a constellation appears over the paragraph and dries it into obedience. These movements look like fussing until you see how they keep numbers from sliding into stories. Evidence here isn't only ink. The chalk on the doorpost testifies to loads at speed. The notches along the edge of a counting stick record token tallies for payments owed in stew and bread. Even footprints contribute. A cluster near the scales suggests a jam in the process. A bare patch near the brazier suggests people successfully stealing rest. When the taxman frowns, everyone scans the room for dumb witnesses. Smudges that don't tell the same tale as the ledger. Sideways glances carry more instructions than speeches. A twitch from the foreman toward a stack of jars means the mutasib is in a pickier mood. You drift behind the stack and become heir, because a second-person life on the wharf involves knowing when to be furniture. Strategic invisibility is not cowardice. It's the art of letting authority pass without collision. When the official turns, your hands suddenly find work tying a small, elegant stay someone absolutely needed done right this second. Morning unfolds a specialized vocabulary that feels like travel without moving. The deputy calls for the just wait, the set of polished stones reserved for suspicions. He requests the insistent essay with macron, the volume measure whose rim has been shaved down so many times by inspectors it can't help demanding accuracy. Someone mentions the tax farmer, the man who's paid in advance for the right to collect certain fees, and who smiles like a person complimenting his own shirt. You store the words in your mouth and let them toughen your tongue. Gossip slips into the ledger's margins wearing a mustache. An upstream governor wants to praise thrift by tightening measures. A downstream harbor master thinks loosening measures would brighten his afternoon. A scholar claims paper is now so smooth from Samarkand mills that pens go faster than thoughts. Between these rumors, practical news sneaks through. A new stamp for date crates is arriving. A mooring fee will change at month's end. A canal dredging has improved the float for guffas heavy with barley. You nod at the items that bite your day and nod politely at the ones angling for opera. Nothing about the process tolerates drama. A jar arrives cracked. The clerk marks it with a curly sign and immediately reassigns it to vinegar, which treats cracks like life experience rather than catastrophe. A bale arrives underweight. The owner complains with professional sorrow. The mutasib suggests he count his blessings in even numbers, and you carry the bale to the corner where sorrow goes to learn acceptance. Efficiency becomes mercy when practiced long enough. Between the official world and the plank world, there's a handshake nobody writes down. The taxman understands that work breathes in pulses and doesn't lean on the beam when the river hiccups. The foreman understands that the ledger has teeth and doesn't pretend that extra jars lift themselves. You stand at the seam, translating body into line. One jar here, two there, careful with the fragile note. Stop for the double chirp of the reed whistle that means a plank needs attention. This translation feels like diplomacy if diplomats wore felt shoulder pads. Underfoot, chalk becomes snow. The boy with the broom performs calligraphy for the wind and grins when the shapes look like boats. A vendor brings a tray of tea and a cup for the taxman, who receives it with etiquette so precise it could weigh a mud. You wait your turn and lick mint from your upper lip, grateful for a sweetness that doesn't belong to dates. Small luxuries keep tempers from writing in capital letters. Beyond the scales, the diwan exists like a rumor you can multiply. People talk about rooms stacked with record books, crates of clay seals with governors' names, and an official whose only job is to count empty space on carts because emptiness pays differently than fullness. A mainstream knowledge stroke fits neatly here. Abbasid governance runs on bureaus, diwans for finance, correspondence, and the postal system, and the machine works because paper moves as surely as grain. None of it feels grand when you're holding a sack, and yet the sack belongs to that engine as much as the ink. Officials drift in clusters, the way clouds stack before deciding whether to rain. Some belong to the market inspector, some answer to the city's fiscal bureau, a few act as if they answer directly to destiny. They carry seals that thunk into wax with the gravitas of small planets. A debate whispers between them about whether the municip can punish on the spot or merely report and recommend, and historians are still debating the same question centuries later. How far did a market inspector's hand stretch? Where did custom stop and formal law begin? The inspectors settle their version for today with a nod that says, "We'll do what we've always done." Meanwhile, the scribe annotates reality with a speed that makes the foreman's whistle look lazy. He writes your team's name, dock names, the ledger versions, and totals for wheat and dates, tallies for broken jars rerouted to vinegar, notes for the stew tokens earned by night crews. Pen scratches like crickets. When the sun shifts and the page glares, he tilts the book the way oarsmen tilt blades to keep a curl of water from getting ideas. You guard the shadow like a devoted cousin. Sometimes the taxman jokes, though his mouth pretends not to. He asks how much patience weighs if carried in 2 hands, and someone answers 1 hummus, in tribute to Abu Hummus's nonsense. And the smallest grin threatens to become policy. Humor, in these corners, oils the hinges on conversations that might otherwise lock. You laugh politely and step backward before your laughter is pressed into service as testimony. Across a long afternoon, measures parade like dignitaries in tiny hats. The Sawith Macron sits beside the mud like an older aunt whose opinion counts twice. The rattle swings like a gossip at a wedding. You help with the weights and feel the math in your wrists. At one point, 2 different rattles appear, Baran and Baghdadi cousins, and a quarrel blossoms. The clerk resolves it with a superior sigh and an official stone, and you pick up a practical lecture. Measurements travel poorly, and cities behave like stubborn chefs about their preferred cups. Patience becomes a form of currency nobody pockets. A merchant waits for his stamp. A porter waits for his token. The foreman waits for the taxman's page to turn. You learn that waiting intelligently is not nothing. It is the art of saving breath for the exact task that earns coin. To pass the minutes, you watch the scribe sharpen his pen with 5 small cuts. See how the slit opens like a mouth ready to sing, and feel a twinge of envy that tools here get tuned like instruments. Nearby, a dispute about spilled grain threatens to become theater. The clerk records a deduction. The merchant accuses the floor of sloping like a bias. The municip clears his throat and presides with the calm of someone who has seen floors tilt and humans tilt harder. A string is drawn, a level is improvised with a water-filled tube, and the stage set agrees with the clerk. The merchant bows to physics. Your job is to sweep, which you do with the solemnity of a judge's clerk because the scene needs a dignified exit. Advice circulates like a quiet wind. Don't volunteer your spine to carry plans it can't lift. Don't correct a ledger unless you can point with 2 hands and a witness. Don't stare at the taxman's frown because he thinks it's contagious. Do keep the sand shaker where the scribe can reach it without looking, and he'll remember your name when stew is served. Do wipe the chalk from the post before a storm so the rain doesn't rewrite the day into chaos. These notes take up residence inside your pockets and travel well. Twilight puts a forgiving edge on numbers. The room softens. Ink looks like dark water held in tidy shapes. The scribe stacks the pages, squares the corners with a tap that sounds like a closing prayer, and places a small pebble on top to remind the evening breeze about boundaries. The taxman rubs the bridge of his nose and allows his frown to nap. You release the breath that's been holding its own breath and step outside where the river notes you with a small, approving ripple. Eventually the ledger returns to the chest that sits under the foreman's bench. A wooden animal that eats facts and keeps them safe from mice and gossip. A runner ties a leather thong around the chest and marks it with a smear of wax that carries a stamp. A simple camel, the sign of the district courier. Tomorrow, someone will carry that chest to an office where numbers meet the caliph's policies without anyone shoving. You are not invited to that meeting, but your footprints on the planks represent you better than an argument would. Finally, the night draws its shawl around the wharf. The chalk boy leans his broom like a spear and grins. The municip's deputy collects his stones as if they were grandchildren. The foreman counts the stew tokens in the cup and redistributes them with the fairness of a wind that knows where the shadows are. You drift behind a stack of jars one last time. Not because you're hiding, but because the stack smells like dates and coolness, and because learning when to be seen and when to be scenery has become one of your proudest skills. The river, having watched the day's arithmetic, plucks a small tune along the posts, and you understand something quiet. The city adds itself up with ink and with muscle, with frowns and with jokes, and the answer tonight is enough. Harbor noise thickens into conversation as boats from farther coasts nose against the posts, each hull bringing a dialect in its wake. Crewmen lean on gunwales, sleeves rolled, laughter braided with salt, and the plank between guffa and quay becomes a bridge not just for jars but for syllables. A captain with henned beard points at the current and trills a phrase you half know from last night, and 3 sailors answer in 3 accents that make the same word jingle differently. It's not a market yet. It's a choir clearing its throat. Across the rope-bitten edge of the quay, an Omani crew from Sohar and Muscat sets out coils of core rope, the coconut fiber springy and saltwise, smelling faintly of far harbors. Their Nakuda captain keeps one eye on the stars even in daylight, explaining with good-natured stubbornness that Suhail, Canopus, and the belt of Al-Jabbar, Orion, still have opinions in the morning if you learn to ask politely at night. He jokes that the monsoon winds keep appointments better than tax officials, and you file the line next to a dozen others labeled true enough to laugh at. He points at your promise bend, nods, and shows a cousin knot from his deck that eats shock like dates eat compliments. Beside their boat, sailors from the Swahili coast, Kilwa, Pemba, even long ago Mombasa in someone's remembered brag, unload woven baskets that smell of cloves and tide pools. Their greetings arrive warm and music-shaped. Hujambo becomes Habari, becomes Safi, and you feel the words find purchase in your mouth as if your tongue had been practicing without permission. A porter answers, Tayyib, and a grin spreads like sunrise when someone says pole pole, slowly, slowly, just as the plank insists on courtesy. Loan words jump both banks. Sucker melts into sukari and back again, and everyone agrees that sugar travels better in syllables than in sacks. Between the Omani convening and the Swahili ease, a Sindhi deckhand from Dabul hums while clicking a small wooden counter, his thumb keeping tally the way your chalk keeps promises on the doorframe. He offers nakuda in Persian style and mal in Arabic, and then tosses in a Sindhi word for stubborn plank that you understand perfectly without translation. His crew brings bundles of indigo-dyed cloth whose blue looks like someone caught the dusk and braided it, and the way they tie their moorings, wide loops, quick bite, teaches your hands something they didn't know they wanted. Language here does not walk. It ferries. Words come with gestures that do half the grammar, and jokes do the rest. A palm open and low means steady now. 2 fingers circling point down means brace for swell. A chin tilt toward a post means meet me by the brazier that doesn't water the stew. The arm sign for careful with that jar is identical from Sohar to Sirif to Basra to Baghdad because clay everywhere reacts badly to neglect. Speech becomes seasoning. The main dish is timing. Pockets begin to fill with words the way sacks fill with barley, and you keep them sorted with the same neat stubbornness. Bandari sits snug beside Bandar. Port beside port. Twins who pretend not to be related. Nakota curls next to Rubbin. Captains sharing a cup with different mothers. Kusi and Kaskazi slip in. A south wind and a north wind, monsoon and counter-monsoon. And they feel right in your ribs, because breath already knew their cousins. In time, your pocket dictionary gains a glossary of gestures, and the notes read like poetry written by hands. Gestures settle faster than grammar. A Sindhi palm over heart seals a bargain stronger than a smeared stamp. An Omani thumb stroking rope says she's sound without a single boast. A Swahili shrug that lifts only one shoulder means the tide will not debate you today. You find yourself answering fluently with nods and knuckle taps, your own shoulders speaking better than your tongue, and the foreman, watching, approves without looking as if he approves. Strangers stop being strangers once elbows learn to share a plank. Monsoon facts arrive as weather lessons disguised as gossip. An Omani pilot explains that the kashkil of stars is a bowl you can drink directions from. Wait for Suhail's rise, count 3 finger widths above the horizon, and trust your nose for salt. A Swahili helmsman taps his earlobe and says the wind has a ringing you can hear if the boat stops trying to impress anyone. A A Sindhi sailor insists the Indus coughs certain afternoons and those coughs travel farther than patience. These are not maps you can fold. They are calendars you breathe. History, in its official voice, reminds you that Basra downstream acts as the great funnel for this talkative ocean, and Siraf on the Iranian coast hums with trade like a beehive learning new songs. Abbasid Baghdad sits upriver, dispatching desires and receiving proof they were obeyed. The postal Barid ties the caliph's world into routes, and the Diwan writes the memory that markets prefer not to forget. That's the mainstream scaffold. On the planks, though, the architecture looks like this: palms, planks, ropes, and voices borrowing one another's verbs. Quirks cling to speech like burrs. Omani sailors chew frankincense the way scholars chew arguments. Slowly, with affection, claiming it sweetens breath enough to charm stubborn customs men. Swahili crewmen swear by coconut husk pads under the knees for long deck work, and one gifts you a square that smells like beaches you haven't met. Sindhi steermen drink fennel water to keep heat from inventing headaches, and the trick works well enough to earn a quiet place in your private pharmacopoeia. None of this will appear in any official record. All of it turns hours kinder. Lunch becomes a seminar without a professor. A Swahili cook stirs a pot where fish, tamarind, and a traveler's generosity get acquainted, and an Omani turns dates and sesame into a paste he calls halwa with a flourish that pretends this takes no effort at all. Someone passes lime and salt for the fish, and someone else pretends to be offended until the flavor convinces him religion can coexist with good taste. You trade a proverb for a recipe, and a recipe for a knot, and the day begins to taste like the inside of a story. Songs carry syllables across water when grammar goes wobbly. A call, heave, becomes heya, becomes sawa, becomes yalla, and the plank obeys every language because tone, not spelling, persuades wood. Work songs round off corners. 2 beats to lift, 1 to set, a stretch of vowel to cross the little gap where accidents grow if starved of attention. The foreman's reed whistle fits into the melody without making a scene, and for once his face forgets to frown. Even the cat at the rope pile hums. Arguments, fortunately, prefer theory to volume. One sailor claims jahaz must be the mother of jahazi. Another swears the Swahili word raised itself from the shore with only an occasional loan of letters. A clerk from a warehouse, ink-stained, stern, declares that all sensible words come from dictionaries with spines. Historians are still debating the timeline. How early did a distinct Swahili language braid with Arabic and Persian along the coast? What ports led and which followed? And how much of Baghdad's influence traveled by policy versus the older, saltier logic of sailors? Everyone agrees that loan words carry salt under their fingernails. Tools introduce themselves as translators. The Omani core rope shows how a coconut grove can anchor a hull. A Sindhi palmwood mallet proves that ideas travel as quickly as merchants. A Swahili sewn plank seam, stitches of coconut fiber pulling boards together without nails, whispers that the sea trusts thread more than iron where waves prefer to flex. You turn a seam in your fingers, feel the give, and realize flexibility is a kind of strength the river has been teaching you without diagrams. Maps unfold in the mouths of men more easily than on parchment. Sohar sits here, they say, a cup of coast. Siraf lies there, a string of pearls after an argument. Debul leans where river and sea negotiate their marriage. Names from farther still drop like spices into the stew: Quilin, Cambay, Malabar, and each name tastes slightly different when someone who has actually seen it does the saying. You will not sail that far this week, but your imagination does, and returns with new weather in its hair. Marketplace chatter bends the tongue into cooperation. Prices arrive as verbs: to lower, to promise, to hope, before numbers dare to show their faces. In one corner, a Sindhi trader insists on finger counting you've never seen, thumb touching joints in a pattern that turns a hand into an abacus. In another, a Swahili broker measures length with forearm and grin, and nobody files a complaint because the grin is honest and the forearm has earned its reputation. The mutasib drifts through these grammars like a punctuation mark that prevents tragedies. Errors teach faster than anyone's speeches. You reach for kesho, tomorrow when you meant soon, and a sailor laughs so kindly the word learns the right home out of gratitude. You mix buhira with buer, fog with perfume, and a woman from the clove crates rescues you with a gesture that smells like patience. Every mistake becomes a peg driven into your memory. Pull at it later and a useful line comes up with it. Nicknames adapt to vowels as cheerfully as cats adapt to boxes. Abu Humus becomes Bwana Humus in a Swahili mouth and pretends to be offended while clearly planning to embroider it on a sack. Sandal acquires Ndala, a cousin word for what he sells, and the way he preens makes everyone feel wealthier by one grin. You, carrying a ledger name and a heart name, collect a new coast name whispered between loads, and it sits lightly, like a borrowed cloak that actually keeps you warm. Even prayer enters the dictionary by the gentlest door. The call arcs over warehouses and water, and different tongues answer without quitting their posts. Amin isn't a topic of debate. It's a shared exhale. A Sindhi sailor washes with a small clay cup and smiles when you hand him a mat, and the word kashamadid, welcome, slides into place in your mouth, as if it had been waiting for the exact right guest to teach it good posture. After sundown, lamps make islands of comprehension on the planks, and voices ferry meaning between them. An Omani recites star names like a lullaby, Suhail, Aldabran, Thureya, and marks their paths with his index finger in the air. A Swahili storyteller answers with a tide tale about a crab who tried to govern the moon and learned what all governors eventually learn. Laughter clinks against rope, and a clerk pretends to be annoyed because stories always make the numbers smudge, though everyone knows ink dries better when it has just heard a good ending. Rumor says that letters ride the postal barrett along the river and out to Basra and then leap boat to boat across the Gulf like clever frogs, carrying contracts, gossip, and promises none of you remember making. A sailor swears his cousin's cousin received a note in Zanzibar that left Baghdad 3 moons earlier and still smelled faintly of cardamom from a market near Al-Kark. You believe half and enjoy all. Systems sound solid when told between sips of tea. A scholar from Khorasan listens with eyes that take notes. He doesn't correct anyone. Not the sailor who misremembers a port's latitude. Not the clerk who confuses 2 varieties of paper. But he asks questions that make people proud of what they know. He writes nothing while standing, claiming the body remembers better than the page, and later you catch him behind a stack of mats scribbling like a man trying to lasso passing horses. His presence feels like the city self-reporting its wisdom. Sandal translates jokes like a court interpreter, even when he only understands half, because halves here complete each other more often than not. He demonstrates a Swahili hand game learned from a stevedore who swore it was a counting trick. It turns out to be an excuse to laugh with strangers until they stop being strangers. He sells 3 pairs of sandals to men who didn't know their feet were tired until his patter convinced them, and you start to suspect commerce is a dialect of care. Weights and measures sneak back into the talk because nothing in this city stays away from arithmetic for long. A Sindhi trader proposes a measure that suits indigo better than grain, a shallow pan that flatters die cakes into looking heavier than they are. The Mutasabes deputy appears at the exact timing of divine comedy. An Omani suggests a compromise pan with a raised lip. The Swahili crew, bored by numbers, judges instead by the way color clings to fingernails. Accuracy arrives disguised as stains. Customs of hospitality write rules more binding than seals. Dates and water precede prices. Tea follows hard words. Praise travels faster than correction, and correction arrives wrapped in praise. The best listener buys the best goods, or perhaps goods behave better for people who let them finish their sentences. You notice that every crew has a different rhythm for receiving guests, and you borrow the parts that suit your own heartbeat. Memory files the day under pronunciation, and you rehearse a dozen small victories while coil and plank tidy themselves for night. Shukran softens correctly at the end. Caribou lands with the right warmth. Yala refuses to be shy. A borrowed coast name glows a little under your ribs, and your true name, still your anchor, does not mind the company. Names here shake hands instead of arguing. Tomorrow's planners argue down by the brazier, friendly smoke in their hair. The Omani Nakuda offers to teach you a star course upriver, a way to steer by the way wind fails behind a certain bend. The Sindhi suggests a counting trick for baskets that lets your finger remember batches when chalk is sleeping. The Swahili proposes a work song with a lull in the second line that saves knees. You accept all 3 without pretending you'll master them today. Learning here wears river shoes. Before sleep, the river tutors you one last time. Float a reed tip and listen, not with ears but with ankles. It pivots toward the wharf where the Omani boat sighs. It points again at the Swahili hull where a man sings to ropes as if they were goats. It settles finally toward the Cindy's bundle of indigo where color breathes into night. Translation, you realize, is not about words. It's about attention. Finally, the boats drowse and tap their thanks against the posts. A lullaby told in pitch and patience. Voices thin and lower, the foreman's reed whistle curls into his belt, and even the municipes deputy stops frowning, which is a small miracle worthy of record. You tuck the day's new dictionary into the pocket behind your ribs, next to the faithful talisman of your first name, and the city hums like a beehive that has learned a better song. On the planks, languages drift to sleep without closing their eyes, and you do the same, ready to wake with a word on your tongue that didn't exist for you yesterday and now refuses to leave. Dawn stretches like warm linen across the river, and the first call to prayer rises from a minaret in Al-Kark with a softness that understands tired shoulders. The muezzin's voice threads over the warehouses, settles on the guffas, and paints the planks with an invitation that doesn't scold. Forearms pause on jar rims, a couple of ropes sigh against posts, and the foreman, who swears he hates poetry, lets the reed whistle rest against his lip without blowing. A small crowd turns toward the east, a few spread mats that still remember last night's dust, and others simply lean on the edge of the quay to let their breathing match the long vowels of the adhan. No one performs. They just adjust their rhythm as if the city had whispered, "Time to be gentler with the morning." Somewhere behind the stacks, a clay ewer waits with water cool enough to make fingers grateful. A porter pours a thin arc over his hands, then over face and arms, the movements neat from repetition. Wudu here is choreography with humility for a partner. When water runs short, a palm presses dust and brushes cheeks. The tayammum that scholars turned into law so work and worship could share a bench. A mainstream fact stands comfortably in this scene. In Abbasid Baghdad, the adhan sounds 5 times across the day, and workshops commonly bend their hours to those arcs of sound rather than the other way around. On the wharf, the bend is visible. A plank is steadied, jars are set safely, and the place becomes an open-air musalla for a handful of breaths. Between prayers, the reed whistle keeps time the way a drummer keeps secrets. 1 short chirp means board coming, 2 means water shift, a longer lower call means hands off the plank while the guffa nods. The codes are simple enough to explain in a minute and complicated enough to feel like a language after a week. The foreman denies that he enjoys the music of it, but his fingers rest on the whistle like a man touching a familiar instrument. Everyone knows the difference between a warning that saves shins and a reprimand that bruises pride, and tonight the whistle remembers to be helpful rather than historical. Beside the brazier, work songs loosen their laces and pretend they're nothing but counting. A line rises from 3 porters in a near whisper, "Lift on the river's inhale," and the reply, "Set on the river's exhale," slides in with the same quiet certainty. It isn't a melody you'd take home to impress the family, but it gets ankles in the right place and persuades elbows to behave. A boy taps a jar with 2 fingers in a pattern that keeps the 3rd step honest, and a cat, infuriatingly musical, purrs on the rope pile with perfect syncopation. Historians argue about whether docks in this period had formal chant leaders the way rowing crews did. Evidence is spotty, and some say the rhythms lived more in breath than in verse. Arguments aside, the day moves better when it hums. Under the warehouse arch, the first prayer break ends with the soft shuffling sound of mats being coaxed back into corners, and hands return to the work that pays the stew. A quirk survives the pause. Several men dab a drop of sesame oil under the nose, not for dust this time, but because someone's grandmother insists it catches bad moods before they reach the lungs. Whether you believe the chemistry or not, the placebo tastes like calm. The reed whistle chirps, the planks answer, and the song returns as if it were embarrassed to have ever left. Meanwhile, a carpenter's crew upstream shifts timbers on a wordless chant that suits this river like palm suits date syrup. The lead carpenter claps twice for the lift and once for the slide, and the rhythm travels down the quay without asking permission. A guffa nudges the post in time, and even the breeze seems to agree. A mainstream note props its elbows here. Labor chants in the wider Islamic world often mirror prayer meters. long vowels, measured consonants, so that breath obeys a merciful pattern. The wharf uses that mercy without apology, and the day stays stitched together. Across the boards, a water carrier juggles ewers that clink like polite gossip. He calls out, "Fresh," and a low chorus of Barakallahu Fik answers from the stacking corner. He isn't rich in coin, but tonight he is wealthy in gratitude. He swears the best time to refill is just before Dur, when the line at the courtyard fountain thins, and he has a poem about veins and canals that he refuses to write down. He also keeps a cup set aside for the mutasabes deputy, because nothing moderates inspections like someone who remembers your thirst. Contrary to reputation, the foreman isn't allergic to prayer. He simply refuses to let piety become an ankle hazard. If a call catches the crew in a dangerous moment, he holds up 2 fingers, a promise. The hands finish the motion, the plank settles, then he nods with a sincerity that makes the pause feel earned. A few older men mutter that when they were young the whistle sounded sharper and breaks were fewer. A younger crewman mutters that the river has always known about rest and that it isn't impressed by grumpy nostalgia. Somewhere between those opinions lies a quiet justice that doesn't brag. Midway through the morning, a visiting sailor from Sohar introduces a cadence his crew uses to balance loads on a beach, where the sea is learning how to be polite about land. The line is mostly nonsense syllables, chosen for their ability to bounce off wind. The dock tries it, shrugs, and keeps the vowel but changes the consonants to better fit a Tigris mood. That's the wharf's rule. Borrow what breath likes. Leave the ornaments to people with less rope in their hands. Afterwards, discussions take a scholarly turn, the relaxed kind that fits in the pockets of a workday. A clerk insists that work songs are a decadent innovation and that earlier generations lifted silently, as if weight accepted arguments about purity. A porter counters with the certainty of a man whose knees prefer rhythm to treatises. A scholar passing by offers a compromise. Documentation is sparse, but the human lung has looked the same for a very long time. Historians are still debating the matter, and the wharf, impatient with abstractions, settles the question by lifting better when someone hums. Beyond the math of hauling, prayer threads skills together so no one pretends to be made of a single material. A young ropemaker leaves his fid on a post before joining 2 others facing east. A Jewish dye trader steps aside and does his own whisper toward a different compass. A Christian porter traces a fast, discreet cross near a stack whose geometry makes him nervous. Baghdad is a city that doesn't waste thresholds. Many doors open onto the same street. The river notes every gesture with equal attention and keeps moving like a good host. Nearby, the reed whistle calls a pattern that means brace the board, just as Dur's adhan rises. Warmer now in the noon heat, ropes draw snug, hands release together, and a slim plaza appears between danger and obligation. A few pray with full prostrations. Others pray sitting, the shoulder-heavy kind that acknowledges weight without making a show of it. Jurists will later write about concessions for travelers and workers, and some already have. The dock performs those footnotes before ink decides what to call them. Occasionally, a work song remembers to be funny. A line about a sack that thinks it's a moon gets an exaggerated sigh, and a reply about a plank that flirts with everyone earns a chuckle that unties a worry. Humor, used gently, is a binding agent stronger than tar. A quirky bit slips in. One old-timer taps prayer beads made from baked date pits, the edges worn satiny, and he counts not only remembrances of God but also the number of times the foreman frowns. By afternoon his task always adds up to patience. Toward late afternoon, the air grows heavy and the planks warm like bread, and the call to our arrives with the tone of a reminder only good friends can give. Work doesn't stop so much as kneel half an inch. The whistle relaxes into longer notes, almost melodic, and the load pattern shifts to the kindest version of itself. A mainstream frame squares the picture. In many Abbasid neighborhoods, commercial life pauses notably for Friday's midday congregational prayer and modestly for the other times, with variability by craft and season. On the riverfront, the variability is a choreography instead of a law. Without ceremony, a boy named Swiftfeet, recently promoted to Careful Hands, starts a call and response about ropes thinking they're snakes. The verse is silly, effective, and shy. It moves just enough air through chests to keep good decisions fed. An Omani sailor adds a bass hum that turns the dock into a slow bell. A Sindhi steersman inserts a clap on the offbeat that rescues two ankles at once. Somewhere a cat contributes a yawn that nearly counts as percussion. Later, as the sun leans toward evening and the shadows slant like invitations, the whistle falls quiet and the adhan for Maghrib lifts from across the river, orange light tasting like dates. A small congregation draws itself together beside a stack that won't mind being a mihrab. Some pray. Some guard the hinge between prayer and jar with the kind of attention that also counts as worship. A scholar might write later that intention matters more than posture. The Wharf has believed this since before scholars remembered to say it. Around the brazier, everyone negotiates supper in tones that politely imply hunger. A cook claims his stew behaves better when he hums the refrain from a market song. A skeptic rolls eyes until the spoon disagrees with the skepticism. A small debate lifts above the bowls about whether yala, heya, or sawa moves jars more safely when the wind turns opinionated. The consensus, formed by ankles rather than votes, is that any word works if the breath behind it loves knees. Overhead, the first stars remember their names, and an Omani points out Suhail with affection shaped like a fingertip. He confesses that his favorite part of prayer is the quiet right after, when ropes and people agree to be soft for 3 heartbeats. No one mocks him because softness is currency in a place that spends itself on wood and water. A reed boat slides past, the oarsman counting under his breath in a meter that belongs to a village you haven't met, and the water answers with a hush that could be an amin. Instead of letting night be bossy, the foreman holds the whistle and doesn't use it, trusting the songs to steer. The dock proves worthy of the compliment. A jar wobbles and is rescued by a stretch of vowel more than by hands. A plank considers mischief and decides against it during a measured pause. A rope tightens exactly when the last consonant lands. The system is simple. Prayer shapes breath, breath shapes rhythm, rhythm shapes safety. Elegant enough to hide its own cleverness. Finally, Ish rolls over the river with a velvet edge, and the guffas murmur against the posts as if telling one another to behave. Some workers lay out mats, others fold ropes. A few rub their wrists with sesame oil because everything tonight seems to involve sesame, and a short recitation tucks itself into the spaces between tasks. A mainstream knowledge pebble fits here as if the river placed it. Baghdad at its Abbasid height hosts mosques, small prayer spaces, and even makeshift corners, like this wharf, where ritual is woven into the day so tightly it feels like one more tool. Dawn tonight chords the hours without tying them too tight. The reed whistle plays messenger between danger and calm. The songs keep lungs honest. The prayers ask the city to treat itself kindly. Rumor will always ride the current, and measures will always pick quarrels with interpretations, and somebody will always think the stew is better watered. But in this chapter of the river's book, faith and craft sip from the same cup, and the aftertaste is cooperation. Thereafter, as the lamps are hooded and the brazier learns how to glow quietly, you lean against a forgiving post and let the last soft line of the day hum through your bones. Lift on the inhale, set on the exhale, breathe on the pause, smile at the post. The cat, who has strong opinions about theology, settles by your ankle in tacit approval. Stars warehouse their light. The Tigris makes a sound that could be either laughter or sleep. And somewhere beyond the warehouses, another muezzin tests his throat for tomorrow, while the reed whistle, pocketed, forgives everyone until morning. Instead of letting night be bossy, the foreman holds the whistle and doesn't use it, trusting the songs to steer. The dock proves worthy of the compliment. A jar wobbles and is rescued by a stretch of vowel more than by hands. A plank considers mischief and decides against it during a measured pause. A rope tightens exactly when the last consonant lands. The system is simple. Prayer shapes breath, breath shapes rhythm, rhythm shapes safety. Elegant enough to hide its own cleverness. Finally, Ish rolls over the river with a velvet edge, and the guffas murmur against the posts as if telling one another to behave. Some workers lay out mats, others fold ropes. A few rub their wrists with sesame oil because everything tonight seems to involve sesame, and a short recitation tucks itself into the spaces between tasks. A mainstream knowledge pebble fits here as if the river placed it. Baghdad at its Abbasid height hosts mosques, small prayer spaces, and even makeshift corners, like this wharf, where ritual is woven into the day so tightly it feels like one more tool. Dawn to night chords the hours without tying them too tight. The reed whistle plays messenger between danger and calm. The songs keep lungs honest. The prayers ask the city to treat itself kindly. Rumor will always ride the current, and measures will always pick quarrels with interpretations, and somebody will always think the stew is better watered. But in this chapter of the River's book, faith and craft sip from the same cup, and the aftertaste is cooperation. Thereafter, as the lamps are hooded and the brazier learns how to glow quietly, you lean against a forgiving post and let the last soft line of the day hum through your bones. Lift on the inhale, set on the exhale, breathe on the pause, smile at the post. The cat, who has strong opinions about theology, settles by your ankle in tacit approval. Stars warehouse their light. The Tigris makes a sound that could be either laughter or sleep. And somewhere beyond the warehouses, another muezzin tests his throat for tomorrow, while the reed whistle, pocketed, forgives everyone until morning. Nightfall leans across the river with a shawl of cool air, and the first thing that matters is heat, where it is, who owns it, and how politely it is shared. A cluster of braziers glows like islands just off the main planks, each a tiny republic with its own laws. A porter beckons you with 2 fingers to the friendlier fire, where the cook's temper is mild and the wind behaves. Palms hover, backs turn, and joints warm by slow degrees. It isn't fancy, but it is civilization. A circle of warmth that forgives rope burns and pretends ankles don't complain. Firelight redraws faces into gentler sketches. Coals murmur in their clay belly, a low music that turns conversation soft. A brazier on the far side burns hotter, date pits and charcoal together, a recipe that makes sparks gossip up the night. But you stick with this one because the older men here nod first, and nods are the quiet passport of the wharf. A little-known trick flares briefly. Sprinkle a pinch of salt onto the coals, and the crackle slows enough to keep sparks from auditioning for your sleeves. Someone's grandmother taught that, someone's grandson repeats it, and you move your wrists closer without fear. Brazierside etiquette works like rope logic, simple rules, or else everyone pays. First come, first warm. Keep your sandals tucked so no one flips them into the ash by accident. Offer the outside of your hands before the palms. Fingers survive a shift better when warmed this way. If a man holds a cup, make room for his elbow because tea has diplomatic status. You learn quickly that fires hoard not only heat but also trust, and a person who respects both gets invited into circles even a ledger name can't buy. Trade in tiny comforts circulates faster than coin. A scrap of wool for a drafty shoulder trades for a clove to chew. A dollop of sesame oil for a cracked knuckle bargains for a quiet warning about a foreman's mood. You bring news worth a sip of tea. A new plank got planed smooth near post 3. In return, someone slides a sliver of sweet into your palm. Halwa clenched like a secret, sugar and sesame agreeing to be friends for one perfect mouthful. Small luxuries behave like saints' relics. Portable, improbable, and often smuggled. Etiquette stretches to the stew pot, where the line is as orderly as hunger allows. First ladles belong to the shift that just finished a heavy load. Second ladles serve the crew who kept the plank honest during the swell. Third ladles, still blessings, go to anyone whose shoulders have the look of having argued with barley. The cook, broad-shouldered, keen-eyed, rumored to water on Tuesdays, keeps a ladle that squeaks at the hinge. You count the squeaks against the thickness with the seriousness of a judge. Watered or not, the stew arrives like a handshake, cumin forward, humility in the back. Vendors orbit the firelight like prudent moons. A tea seller balances a rack of cups on a broad board and pours from an improbable height into clay that sweats the heat outward. A sweet cake woman stacks semolina slices between palm leaves that smell faintly of dates. A man whose face looks permanent sells lime wedges that pretend to be medicine and succeed at being cheer. You learn their rhythms. The tea before the stew, the lime after, the sweet only when ankles argue less. Your coin purse doesn't fatten from this wisdom, but your patience does. Somewhere beyond the braziers, mud claims its own borders, and the wharf respects them. Planks near the fish stalls keep a slick agenda. The lane toward the reed shed drinks your sandal straps with quiet malice. and the path past the oil jars grows a skin of glisten that votes against haste. A palm fiber mat, tossed just so, turns treacherous ground into civility. The mat man calls it arguing with the river's elbows. You test the edge with your heel and accept the negotiation. Mud in the dark is not a villain. It's a vocabulary, and you practice until you conjugate it without stumbling. Underfoot, the night proves its generosity with seating. A crate flipped on its side becomes a throne. A coiled rope becomes a backrest as forgiving as a cousin. A folded mat becomes a bench that has opinions about posture. You claim the edge of a crate and share it with a boy whose nickname, Careful Hands, reminds you that people here graduate by skill, not by speeches. He shows you how to tuck the felt shoulder pad inside your shirt while you rest so it warms for tomorrow. That warmth will feel like being on the winning side of a very small war. Evening talk wanders to fuel the science of heat as practiced by people whose fingers know the syllabus. Date pits burn hot but hurried. Palm fronds are generous with flame but need coaxing. Charcoal keeps a steady personality if it stayed dry under the awning. An older man claims that goat dung, when dried properly, behaves like a philosopher, smoky, stubborn, and convinced of its own usefulness. He isn't wrong. And you file the cork away under things apprentices need to learn before their grandfathers stop laughing. Mainstream knowledge sits beside the ash. Urban Baghdad feeds its fires with a mix drawn from the whole province, and fuel shortages can swing tempers harder than tax. Stew, despite its reputation for humility, runs on economy. Thick stew means bales moved and jars intact. Thin stew means the city practiced caution with coin or a caravan started telling long stories to the wind. The cook swears by chickpeas for soul and barley for backbone. Dates for sweetness when coin looks elsewhere. He warns that coriander is properly used like kindness, enough to be felt, never enough to distract from sustenance. You nod as if ordained in this doctrine and hide your private preference for extra mint like a small, pleasant crime. Practice refines taste in survival gear. You learn the worth of a cloth that isn't clean but is clean enough. A lamp wick trimmed to a tongue. A sandal strap tied with a good-tempered knot. A needle borrowed from a sailmaker patches a cuff with triangular stitches that refuse to let a breeze draft your ribs. A bone comb borrowed from a ropemaker removes a day's worth of river from your hair. And the tiny mercy of a parted tangle feels like an anthem played very quietly for an audience of one. Between sips, a scholar lounging on a cracked amphor mentions soap the way poets mention moonlight. He says hard soaps have been perfected in certain workshops, Aleppo and beyond, mixing lye with olive and bay, then curing bars until they behave like dignity. He swears Baghdad imports and imitates, that vats nearby learn quickly. You taste the idea with your hands later at the water jar. Sand scrub, a touch of ash, a scrap of soap traded for a story, and the skin answers with gratitude. Historians are still debating how common such soaps were among laborers in this century. Plenty of recipes survive, fewer receipts explain who used them daily, but your fingers don't argue with suds. Small miracles hide in cups. A clean one, at night, feels like rain in a well. The tea seller keeps a stack of ridged clay cups that rinse faster. A boy with a bucket pours from shoulder height, and the clean water arcs like good news. You snag a cup before the stack grows tired of being honest and take your time with the heat. In a city where clay is cheap but time is not, a cup that hasn't auditioned for stew twice today feels as luxurious as silk. You count this as wealth and spend it slowly. Lamp craft shares its tricks without pride. Sesame oil burns with a sweet breath if the wick is polite. Castor oil sulks unless thinned. Fish oil works, but only if everyone agrees to forgive its biography. Wicks like to be braided from flax. Single strands grow moody and drown themselves when no one's looking. A little-known trick slides across conversation. Pinch the wick with a wet finger just before snuffing, and soot surrenders less of itself to your nostrils. The lamp tender, an artist in grime, grins like a magician when the flame bows out in silence. Ash, it turns out, is more than an afterthought. Mixed with water and a pinch of crushed limestone, it offers a mild lie that lifts oil from fingertips. If the mixture sits too long, it bosses your skin around. If it's just right, it behaves like a well-raised guest. An older woman shows you how to scrub with ash. Then rinse at the clay jar called a kula, whose sweating sides chill water by a miracle so ordinary it deserves new words. Evaporative cooling is the sort of physics you accept as kindness without asking for parchment. Cleanliness dances with modesty in a city that loves both. Hammams dot the neighborhoods upstream, steam palaces where muscles remember hope. Some workers save coin for Friday trips. Others claim a quick splash at the wharf satisfies the angels for now. A mainstream note holds steady. Bathhouses in the Abbasid city serve as hygiene, gossip exchange, and medical advice column, with attendants who know more about backs than scholars do about metaphors. Debate slips into the circle. Whether enslaved laborers like you can access hammams freely or only with a master's leave. Historians are still debating how custom and status braided those permissions. Tonight, the matter resolves into a bucket, a corner, and a friend to watch your clothes. Hammam stories travel like steam. A porter boasts of a masseur whose hands read spines like scriptures. A ropemaker confesses to sleeping on marble and waking without regrets. Someone whispers about scented oils whose names sound like other languages asking for hugs. You resolve to try it when coin and schedule decide to sit together at the same table. For now, a cloth wetted at the kula and a bit of soap smell like a rehearsal for a better day. Debate-wise, the night patrol approaches, and opinions arrange themselves into polite lines. A pair of Shura lanterns bob up the quay, brass caps glinting, spears carried like punctuation. Some claim their watch keeps thieves from auditioning among jars. Others mutter that their fees arrive in cups and their courage in measured doses. Historians are still debating how regular urban night policing was, whether it ran from the QA with Macron's authority or a market inspector's elbow, and how much the task fell to neighbors who preferred keeping their own shadows in order. The lanterns pass, exchange nods, and the brazier circle closes behind them like ripples after a duck. Water finds any conversation eventually. The carrier with the goatskin mask glides from shadow to shadow, selling coolness in ladles. He holds the spout low and pours like a whisper, and you tip back a cup that tastes of clay, night, and mercy. He brags, modestly, like a man born under polite stars, that he knows the sweetest wells and the fastest refills. You buy a second ladle in the name of solidarity with your cartilage and toast the moon. Mats volunteer for pillows with the bravery of reed heroes. A rolled-up corner under your neck turns the world agreeable. Another under the lower back teaches your spine to forgive. The mat man, tireless, cheerful half-philosopher, claims Reed's dream of supporting weight. You pretend to believe him because the night is gentler when it's told nice things. A piece of reed splits under a heavy elbow and he mends it by instinct while telling a joke about fishermen and gulls. Comfort isn't purchased. It is maintained. Mud sneaks back into the story with comic timing. A gust of wind off the river throws a sheet of damp across the planks, and the lane beside the date piles becomes a mirror with opinions. The mat gets redeployed as a temporary bridge, and two boards with persuasive personalities become a footpath that persuades ankles to behave. You take the route carefully, arms out a little, posture that of a dancer who drinks stew. The mud lets you pass and keeps its grudge for someone cockier. Shoes tell biographies at a glance. Sandal keeps a tray of straps pre-cut for emergencies, and he ties with a stitch learned from a sailmaker, a cross-grain pattern that refuses to surrender even when planks heckle. He rubs the leather with tallow to make it forgive corners, and you copy the motion until your thumbs smell like competence. A quirk nobody writes down. A smear of lamp soot on the straps inside helps it grip the ankle as if remembering you specifically. You try it, feel the difference, and thank soot for being useful twice in one night. Comfort descends in layers. Warmth first, dryness next, sweetness after, then a little quiet where breath can set down its load. A fig finds its way into your palm from an unknown donor. Tea sits inside the cup without accusing anyone of weakness. A lamp steals the harshness from shadows. None of it is grand, but all of it builds structure between ribs and spine, the kind that lets tomorrow happen without negotiation. Stories come out like spices pinched between fingers. A woman who sells needles tells of a flood that lifted a carpet and found a cat under it convinced of sainthood. A boatman retells the guffa tale with revisions that keep laughter busy. A clerk recites 2 lines from a poem about home that doesn't try to be profound and succeeds anyway. You spend your listening coin lavishly and feel richer with every nod. The brazier crackles applause at appropriate intervals. Sleep tempts but doesn't demand. Corners advertise themselves as beds. Behind the stack of reed mats where the wind forgets its mission, by the tar barrels that smell like stubborn hope, under the awning where stars audition for a roof. You choose a spot that others recommend, the kind that has a view of a guard's lantern and not of the cat that sleeps on faces. Before settling, you check the plank for splinters, the post for damp, and your pocket for the folded name that is yours. Still there, that talisman warms faster than hands. Coins clink with the music of fairness. The foreman distributes stew tokens with a thumb pressed to each man's palm. Not a showy gesture, but one that leaves a memory. A vendor accepts a half coin and nods as if he's been paid in respect. A boy returns a copper you didn't know fell and refuses a reward on the grounds that rewards are addictive. Economics at the river keeps accounts in favor, time, and quiet rescues. Ledgers will talk tomorrow. Tonight, palms remember better. Noise fades to a hospitable murmur. The last argument dissolves when someone uncorks a proverb and pours it over the embers like water. A reed flute appears in a pair of hands that handle rope in daylight. The tune is simple and forgiving. Even the gulls lower their volume as if billed by the note. You settle in against a post shaped exactly like you by a conspiracy of posture and fatigue, and the night, magnanimous hostess, hands you a pillow made of gravity. Quiet permits inventory. Shoulders, warmed, not forgiven. Hands, nicked, not sulking. Knees, discussing terms. Cup, clean. A trophy you will remember with embarrassing fondness. Soap, a rumor that came true for a minute. Coil of rope, tidy as a promise. Name present twice, one for the ledger, one for the ribs. The list makes a peace treaty with your bones, and the river signs on the dotted line with the sound of water kissing wood. Above the braziers, stars cut neat holes in the night, and someone points at the one that sailors love and office men ignore. Suhail hangs low, unsentimental. A worker near you whispers half a prayer, half a thank you to no one in particular. The gratitude feels earned. The river keeps time on the pilings. The lamp trims itself when the wick's memory kicks in. The cat chooses a coil that doesn't belong to you. All the small economies of comfort have paid out. Tomorrow behaves like a polite rumor. The plank will creak. The jars will quarrel. The reed whistle will rehearse the same arguments and win them. You will look for this exact brazier, this exact circle of hands, this exact cook with his squeaky ladle. You will scan for the tea seller with ridged cups and the mat man who saves ankles from ambition. You will pocket a clove, a scrap of soap, a laugh, a loaned proverb. And when some historian later asks what urban survival looked like, your answer will be a list of small luxuries arranged like beads on a cord. Finally, the brazier settles into a red-eyed drowse. The lamp learns to breathe like a sleepy dog, and the mud, satiated, stops inviting missteps. You tuck your shoulder pad where it will remember warmth. Wrap your cloak so the wind can't negotiate, and let the clean cup's memory do the last gentle work on your spine. No epics announce themselves, and none are required. Civilization tonight is a circle of heat, a stew that doesn't drown itself, a hand that makes room for your elbow, and a name folded safely under your ribs while the Tigris sings a lullaby with a voice made of posts and patience. Cloud banks gather over the Tigris as if the sky is rearranging furniture, and the river below takes the hint faster than the planks can object. A slanted light turns the surface into hammered tin, breeze pulling low and stubborn from the south. Last night's braziers have cooled, but the smell of sesame and smoke still lingers like a friendly afterthought. One glance tells your ankles the day will be made of water's opinions. A cormorant lifts, the posts answer with hollow knocks, and the foreman's hand goes up before the whistle does. Orders ripple outward without theatrics. Coils are dragged inward from the edge, jars pulled 2 spans back from the lip, and the new board at post 3 gets moved to higher ground with a tenderness you reserve for good friends. The reed whistle finally speaks. 2 crisp notes for brace, a low one for pause. You shoulder the first task that fits your height. securing the guffa line with a stay you dress until it looks bored with danger. The boat nudges like a patient goat. The rope hums agreement into your palms. Ropes claim the day's first vote. Promises are checked. Kindness hitches rehearse their exit. And long splices get inspected as if they were family members coming to a wedding. You run a palm along each lay to feel for treachery. Then whip 2 frayed tails with flax, the lashings shrinking neat in the damp like good manners. The rope master grunts approval and hands you a bone fid to loosen a knot that forgot it should forgive. You work until each line's story reads reliable instead of dramatic. Reeds become prophets when clouds act like committees. Sandal hands you 3 tips and you set them adrift. 1 plain, 1 bruised to sit lower, 1 scribed with a notch to show pivot faster. The clean reed swings hard toward the quay. The bruised crawls like a tired lizard toward the guffa's stern. And the notched one does a jitter that announces underpull. You jot marks on the tarred post with chalk. A crooked S for a sly sweep. A trio of dots where eddies will tug ankles an inch right at the wrong moment. Information calms breath better than pep talks. Official chronicles in tidy script will later call this a sudden fresh. A swell nudged by upstream rain thick with silt. They'll mention sluices and berms and the management of the canals. NAR ISA doing its best impression of a disciplined river. Feeder cuts tugging water toward gardens and mills. Abbasid Baghdad has an engineering pride that lives in Diwan reports and stone. That's the mainstream frame, clean and confident. Here on the planks, flood control is a verb in the present tense. You tie, you brace, you back a jar 2 spans, you look at a sky that never read a report and you ask it nicely. Upcountry folklore passes along a quirk just in time. A reed bundle fence, staked at a slant, will sometimes coax a mad little crosscurrent into agreeing to be polite. A handful of clay jars with cracked necks, filled with rubble and dropped in a line, can turn a mischievous nibble at the bank into a shrug. And if you need to swim a message across a side channel where a plank won't behave, a goatskin float, belly cleaned and inflated tight, keeps a human head above debate. The last trick belongs mostly to ferrymen upriver, but it lives in dockside memory like a spare key. Cats refuse to respect emergencies until they become personal, so the rope pile's monarch must be relocated before the surge makes a drama out of royalty. Careful hands lifts the animal with priestly dignity, receives an offended blink, and deposits it in a crate with enough rags to convince even a cat of mercy. A chorus of mock solemn, Your Excellency follows, which is necessary laughter in a room that smells like weather making up its mind. The cat glares, then purrs, which is as close to consensus as cats get. Physics elbows theology and asks for the floor. A rising wind stacks water against the pilings. The first short period waves slap, then the longer shoulders arrive, and the guffas bob higher than yesterday's rehearsal. Buoyancy loves volume more than weight, so the fat-bellied boats grin through the lift. The plank scowls because leverage is having a day. You shorten the board by 1 knot's length to steepen the angle, lash a reed mat over its lip so jars won't skate, and run the promise bend between board and ring with a tail you can grab blind. Crewmates fall into their familiar constellation. Abu Humus carries warnings like jokes. That plank flirts left when it's nervous, but his eyes never leave ankles. Sandal floats between tasks, tying kindness at every point that might become a hinge. The rope master assigns you the inner corner, where the eddy licks in sneaky circles, and you accept because he trusts you not to show off. Everyone's rhythm narrows into practical prayer. Breath becomes a level, shoulders learn to turn themselves down to listening. Masonry keeps old scores, and the warehouse wall carries chalk scars high above head height. Each line a memory of a year the river asked for a tour. A set of gouges 2 palms up from the highest chalk tells the truth about a drift log that got rude. An older porter taps the 3rd line down and says the flood that year arrived at night, polite as a tax collector, then stayed for a week like a relative who'd lost the address of home. The wall is a ledger nobody can forge. Ledgers inside, meanwhile, go into storm mode. The scribe tucks the chest under a bench, weights it with a stone stamped with a camel, and ties a loop through the iron ring, so one kindness pull will let someone drag it to higher ground. The municipes deputy stops being an inspector and becomes a human sandbag. He stands where the plank meets the quay, his weight worth more than any official seal when the swell shoves opinions at wood. Numbers can argue tomorrow, Today they hold the end of a board. Chance change costume to suit weather's mood. The usual lift-on-inhale line grows teeth. The reply flattening syllables into command rather than lullaby. A drumbeat replaces the reed whistle for a stretch. Palm on plank, which tells every ankle where the board will be when the guffa comes up. Not a pretty song, not a bad one. Just the kind of music that keeps toes. Overhead, the muezzins call threads through the rain like a stitch, and the dock bows with knees as much as with heads. Fail-safes get tied in places pride normally occupies. A brake hitch goes on the outermost mooring, just enough strength to hold under ordinary sway, designed to surrender if a runaway log jams the line, so the guffa will slip free rather than yank the post out of the world. You cradle the knot, feel its promise, and love it precisely because it refuses heroics. The rope master catches your eye with a look that says, "That one saves faces." You nod, which is the appropriate ceremony here. Allies arrive with the storm like reinforcements in a play that wrote itself yesterday. Omani deckhands jog over from a dhow and set shoulders to a brace, their core rope asking for the right work. A Sindhi helmsman, unused to river tantrums but fluent in water moods, stations himself to call timing with a clap you now associate with saved ankles. A Swahili sailor plants a mat where everyone else forgot a puddle had ambitions. You all hum the same instruction in different languages. The river prefers competence to accent. Mats take on architecture duties, persuading muddy lanes to remember civility. Two overlap to make a quick threshold at the warehouse door. A third becomes a gutter, guiding a sheet of water toward the harmless corner where a drain pretends to be important. Date pit ash dusts a plank to stop it acting like a mirror. Someone sprinkles a pinch of salt on the brazier to quiet sparks when a gust tries to turn warmth into theater. Small hacks advance under the banners of calm and repetition. Pottery shards earn new careers as riprap, a lesson learned from someone's grandmother who liked to make broken things useful. A pair of cracked amphorae get filled with rubble and sunk as sacrificial teeth in the soft bank, their shoulders breaking little waves into smaller, more manageable thoughts. A boy with forearms like arguments passes bricks hand to hand along a human chain, and you stack them with the swagger of a mason working in fast forward. Pretty is safe. Neat corners resist water's habit of turning details into exits. Scholars later will debate whether the big floods in this century arrived more often because canals fell behind on dredging or because climate muttered to itself in a different key. They will braid in politics and money, mention labor pulled from marsh and coast, zange among them, and argue about how hydrology bent history. Historians are still debating the scale and causes, which is both admirable and irritating when your sandals are already speaking fluent silt. On the planks, the question narrows to, is the brake hitch tied? And who's minding the corner? After the first shove and exhale, the surge eases, then returns like a guest who forgot his hat. Less angry now, more resigned to being coached. The guffas bob within a narrower script. The plank remembers to be courteous. The whistle retires as the drumbeat softens into ordinary work song. You untie the brake hitch, no need for surrender now, and reseat the promise with a flatter lie. The rope master pats the post as if thanking a mule. Restoration begins exactly where panic tried to start. Silt spreads thin as flour across the planks, glittering with the vanity of minerals. Brooms arrive, palm rib and stubborn, and you and careful hands work a rhythm that could be a poem if anyone needed it to be. Jars return to lines, boards to hooks, mats to civilized conversation with the ground. Someone writes the crate that became a cat hotel, and the monarch emerges with zero gratitude and a perfect purr. Memory steps forward politely to claim lessons while they're still warm. You chalk a new curl on the post where the underpull surprised ankles. You put 2 dots beside the knot that should be kindness next time. You mark a cross where the mat must live whenever cloud banks gather in that exact argumentative shape. Abu Humas swears he can smell that shape before sight admits it, and you can't prove him wrong because cumin and wisdom often share a pocket. Couriers in the Barrett system make their appearance like commas in a long sentence, boots damp but letters dry, seal impressions clean as winter syllables. They will carry notes upriver, sluice strained, mooring intact, warehouse requires new pegs, and return with decisions that smell of ink and authority. A mainstream note belongs here. That courier service stitching caliphal territory keeps cities informed faster than river gossip can manage, and its reports about floods and road washouts are as important as any poem being copied in a library that hour. You admire the speed with which a wet world still manages to write. Drills get added to the future like promises made in a good mood. The ropemaster marks a weekly storm run. Brake hitch practice, mat placement, chest tie rehearsal, cat relocation without scratches. The foreman pretends to grumble and then approves the schedule with a grunt that has the force of decree. Training here isn't ceremony. It's repetition until an ankle acts without waiting for a meeting. You agree to teach the read test to 3 newcomers by the end of the week and feel the shape of a teacher trying your shoulders on for fit. Laughter returns on little boats. Sandal tells the story of the time a flood scolded a man for walking without respect and left his sandals 2 planks apart to improve his memory. Careful Hands rebrands himself Storm Hears for the afternoon and tries it out on 3 cats and a clerk, none of whom rate it highly. The municipes deputy calls everyone brave without moving his mouth, which is the best compliment he can pay. You accept it because the ledger will remind the room tomorrow that compliments cost nothing and are therefore precious. Tomorrow puts on a clean shirt in your imagination. The canal teams will drag out their dredging songs and their shovels. The masons will argue about angles that refuse to stay, and the carpenters will scold the board at post 3 for behaving like a teenager. A governor may send a letter that implies he invented dryness. A scholar will drift through the wharf collecting flood vocabulary and not paying for it with anything but curiosity. You plan to check the waist-high chalk on the warehouse wall daily for a week, just to see if the river plans to write footnotes. Quiet slides back over the water with the same humility it left with, and the posts, pleased, resume their wooden breathing. Lamps reclaim the job of drawing circles against the dark. The brazier relights with a spoon of coals and the exact amount of swagger. Tea finds cups that remember being clean. You sit on a crate that now has a resume. Cat hotel, emergency desk, throne, and your spine reads the day out loud to your breath until the pages close. The storm will brag about itself to the marsh for a while. The wharf will let it, then get back to calling tomorrow by its given name. Whispers travel faster than boats when the sky still smells like last night's rain. Skating over wet planks as if gossip were a kind of weather. Ears turn before heads do. Shoulders angle toward clusters without committing. The river keeps a straight face while the quay rehearses 1,000 small acts of listening. Cups pausing halfway to mouths. Ropes coiled more slowly than necessary. A cat pretending to nap near the most talkative crate. Somewhere between the scales and the brazier, a sentence starts with "they say," and the day puts down its tools to hear what, exactly, they have been up to. After a storm, rumor is the first cargo ashore. Flood stories wash in from upstream. A sluice that jammed, a bridge that sulked, a boat that spun in what looked like delight and was absolutely not. But the water also ferries bigger talk, the kind that makes clerks sharpen pens and foremen count people twice. An oarsman mentions unrest down toward the marshes, a word that walks on the polite edge of uprising. And suddenly everyone studies the grain sacks as if they were maps. Nobody says names yet. Names bring supervisors. Instead the wharf tests synonyms like knots. Some hold, some slip, all deserve tugging before anyone steps onto them. Rumorcraft has techniques, and you learn them the way you learned rope. To weigh a whisper, you glance at its source's hands. Splinters mean river truth. Soft knuckles sometimes mean armchair truth. To measure urgency, you listen for breath. If a man forgets to breathe while talking, he believes himself. To test direction, you float a careless comment and see whether it swims upstream or down. A little like the reed test, a little like tasting stew for water. None of it is perfect. All of it is better than deciding by hunch alone. Neighborhoods along the waterline each have their signature rumor spices. The fish lane prefers catastrophe. Boats overturned. Monstrous eels that will absolutely not be captured on any day that ends in reasonable proof. The rope corner peddles technique rumors, new knots mandated, old knots suddenly illegal, which is a very popular genre among people who enjoy tying and untying arguments. The grain door, with its chalk and size, likes policy whispers about taxes and measures. Your own circle, the Brazier Republic, curates comfort rumors. Stew thicker next week. Tea cheaper if a cousin marries a vendor. Everyone pretends to believe only the last kind. Everyone listens to the rest with morally responsible ears. Somewhere between the dates and the tar, a man from Basra tells a quiet story of marsh routes gone unsafe, of patrols that watch from too far, of letters that arrive already exhausted from travel. He uses the cautious grammar of someone whose relatives still own shadows there. Another man counters with reassurance so light it collapses when a gull coughs. Historians, centuries from now, will debate the composition and motives of those marsh rebellions. How many were plantation laborers, how many free poor, how many sailors between contracts, how deeply enslaved Africans, often labeled Zanj in sources of the era, formed the backbone. They are still debating it, and the uncertainty lives right now in how these dockside sentences hover without landing. Meanwhile, the city practices a daily austerity that rumor inflates into either doom or discipline. Would prices nudge upward in the carpenter's talk? Sesame oil seems moodier than last month, and someone swears the paper seller counts sheets with a stingier thumb. You do the arithmetic in your shoulders. A dearer plank means a stingier walkway. Dearer oil means lamps that talk back. Dearer paper means fewer poems to dress up ledgers. None of these ruin a morning, but all of them push breath toward counting more often than singing. Evidence has manners when it visits. A baker down the lane reduces loaf size and stares challengers into friendship. A scribe switches to abbreviations sooner in the day. A ferry price that usually haggles only 2 coins now haggles 3. Those are facts with small shoes. The whisper about unrest in the marshes, though, its shoes either belong to a dancer or a thief. You keep your head bowed to the jars and let the rumor pass across your shoulder like a shadow. It is there, it does not bruise. It reminds you to check the plank's kindness knot and memorize the shortest path to the warmest brazier just in case the night decides to be selfish. Oarsmen from the Gulf bring tidings that taste of salt and officials. One claims a captain was asked twice for his manifest at the same checkpoint. New caution? Or a bored clerk flexing ink. Another mutters about a shipment of teak sitting under tarps so long the wood is learning to compose elegies. Trade slows a heartbeat and the wharf feels it in ankles first. You picture the route from Basra past Sirif, out past the monsoon schoolroom, all the way to the Swahili coasts where cloves audition for immortality, and you see how little rumors like to be alone. They travel in packs and borrow credibility from geography. Mainstream knowledge stands next to your ear like a slightly better informed cousin. Abbasid Baghdad relies on its postal couriers and river watchers to track trouble along the twin rivers, and the markets here will read those reports as carefully as they read poetry. If there is a true shortage, the mutasib will lean harder on measures, the tax collector will frown as a form of legislation, and the diwan will write letters that imagine they are boats. That's the scaffold. On the planks, you just watch the stew's thickness and the tea seller's patience. Those are indexes you trust. Quieter talk worries the edges of speech. A porter says the marsh grass is burned in a patch too wide and nobody is admitting why. A boatman hears that the salt flats hired more men than the season justifies and pays in promises that make coin laugh. A clerk whispers that a governor's nephew dreams of glory and therefore taxes. You sort these into your pocket ledger. Interesting, unlikely, urgent, fun to repeat but not useful. The pocket nails shut on the last category unless the audience requires entertainment, in which case you release one politely and collect smiles as collateral. Codes sneak into rumor traffic the way cats sneak into rope piles. Entitled, elegant, unavoidable. Some workers mark posts with a fingernail nick when a rumor proves out. 2 nicks mean, be wary. 3 mean, helped yesterday's decisions. A chalk dot under a certain beam says, carry slowly today. Officials nearby. A smudge on a jar's shoulder means, leave for last. Owner's temper not worth salad. These are household codes, updated hourly. They aren't subversion. They are courtesy, the kind that prevents tempers from extracting interest from backs. Between loads, you practice listening with the same posture you reserve for the river. Knees soft, eyes doing more work than mouth. Laughter on standby as social lubricant. A hummed assent that neither agrees nor disagrees becomes your favorite tool. You learn the wisdom of maybe in 4 dialects, the fine art of letting forceful voices finish without absorbing their urgency, and the relief of a good joke at the exact second a rumor would have become heavier than it deserved to be. The wharf prides itself on moving cargo. It moves moods, too. Careful Hands upgrades his nickname for the hour to Bright Ears. Ears visible like open hands. He reports that the fishmongers say copper coins smell stronger today, which they insist means sulfur upriver, which they swear means someone messed with a sluice, which obviously implies that taxes will pout. You politely file this under poetic science, and still mark your ledger with a tiny fish icon because ignoring fishmongers is the sort of mistake only people with clean shoes make. Sandal, for his part, wanders intelligence patrol style through 3 braziers and returns with a sandal strap's worth of truth. The Omani crew heard talk at Basra of marsh road tolls getting creative. The Sindhi said a certain caravan master hired guards who discuss more than they guard. The Swahili laughed that the price of cloves tells you when the world holds its breath. He ties your strap with a flourish and says the strap will hold even if the rumor does not. The gesture is showy and comforting, which is the point. Clerks eavesdrop as an occupational necessity and call it research. The chalk columns on the warehouse door acquire discrete dots. 1 for hearsay with feet, 2 for scent with a seal, 3 for saw with my eyes and my eyes do not lie. Today a single dot appears beside grain, 2 beside oil, none beside wood. You note, you turn, you carry. Numbers would like to be laws. Around here they are kindly uncles with a good memory and an intense interest in soup. Vendors edit rumor into recipe because survival is a cuisine. The tea seller adds a pinch of caution to his patter. This cup on me if the news is wrong. Then winks because either way he wins loyalty. The sweet cake woman lowers her slices by a finger's width and claims mercy for your sleep. A man selling lime wedges offers 2 for the price of 1 with the philosophical explanation that sourness prepares minds for surprises. You re-enter the line for precisely that reason and discover he is not wrong. Cats maintain a strict policy on panic. Don't. A rumor that alters a cat's nap might deserve respect. So far, whiskers haven't twitched. The rope pile monarch repositions to a less exposed coil and resumes purring like a well-regulated brazier. You take the hint and set your breath to a metronome that scolds urgency back into usefulness. The plank thanks you with fewer attitudes. Practice turns rumor into a tool rather than a hobby. 1 rule. Act only on whispers that have paid a toll in evidence. Another. Do not be the person who gives a rumor sharp teeth. Let it keep its gums. A third. If a whisper concerns people who can punish, carry it no farther than your ribs unless it's become a shout with a seal. You become excellent at shrugging without sarcasm, and the foreman values this skill as if it were a rare knot. Patrols appear in the same hour as the spiciest stories. Lanterns steady. Sandals saying important things to wood. The Shura leader nods at the foreman, nods at the municibest deputy, nods at the coil of rope containing a cat, and leaves the rumor management to the natural authorities of stew and scale. It's not that they don't care. It's that their lanterns can't light inside ears. They do, however, quietly ask the clerk if any notes mention shortages. And the clerk answers with 2 fingers and a vague expression that translates as, "We are literate but not foolish." Paper drifts in at midday carrying letters whose seals have the smugness of dry wax. The buried courier shakes out his sleeves and recites summaries to people who can translate administrative into action. 1 note requests a list of grain reserves in the district. Another announces a dredging schedule. A third, the one your back acknowledges before your brain, mentions temporary levy of labor toward the south if canal banks misbehave. Mainstream wisdom nods along. The state loves to inventory stability. You feel both counted and counted upon, and you wish the verb were lighter. Sometimes rumor wears perfume and asks to be poetry. A poet near the brazier tries a line about the marshes breathing in storm time, about reeds whispering patience to boats, about men learning from water how not to break. It's not useful, but it's not harmful, and it turns 10 nervous shoulders kinder. Not everything must produce decisions. Some things prevent bad decisions with beauty. Elsewhere on the quay, the Omani Nakuda speaks softly about the price of teak and the mood of stars, unrelated at first glance and married by the time he finishes the paragraph. He suggests that when the talk grows hot, crews sing slower songs. He claims wind listens to tone. Superstition? Maybe. Yet the guffas bob more politely when the melody eases, and you do not argue with results that keep jars unbroken. Boats themselves gossip in creeks and taps. A guffa that has seen Basra thrice in 6 weeks creaks higher on certain notes. The rope fixes its complaint into a repeatable sentence. You decide that if hulls can carry news by sound, then it is not silly to let mats carry news by placement. A mat turned crosswise near the scales means heavy day, light tongues, while a mat turned lengthwise means talk is cheap, check the stew. The mat man swears he invented this language. The cat swears it always knew. Grain tells truths in the most boring voice, which is what makes it trustworthy. If sacks sit longer near the door, something upstream forgot you. If the stacks grow smaller but the scales don't smile, someone is hoarding a story in an office. Today the sacks behave like citizens, and the scales hum, and your back refuses to join any protest. You allow yourself to believe the worst of the whispers will turn into cautionary anecdotes rather than biographies. Abu Hummus treats rumor the way he treats stew. Taste first, add salt only after consulting the spoon. He impersonates 3 sources in 1 minute to prove how tone fools listeners. Then he sets down his bowl, lifts a jar with impeccable breath, and whispers that whatever is happening far south will find the city prepared because neighbors learned how to share fire. The line is theater, the sentiment is plausible. You file it under morale. Decisions on docks are made with nods more often than signatures. The foreman shifts a team to the stacks most likely to become opinions. The scribe updates chalk in a way that says, seen, not alarmed. The municipes deputy lingers longer at measures with an artful air of boredom that still makes liars break out in honesty. You choose to carry with your safest grip, to keep jokes gentle, to distribute your attention like a generous lamp. This too is policy. Evening crowds the roofs, and the rumor engines downshift, giving way to the better gossip of recipes and repairs. Tea proves it still knows how to be useful. A sweet cake slice breaks with the cooperative crumb that suggests the world will not tilt tonight. Stars rehearse above the awnings. The river pretends indifference and fails just a little in your favor. Work songs return to their colloquial humility. All of this builds a platform for sleep. Doors, not traps. Questions from scholars descend like soft rain at last light. One asks how rumor traveled in cities before broadsheets and criers, and workers answer without fanfare. By stew, by tea, by chalk, by cat, by wrist bump that says, tomorrow we lift slower. Another asks what zanj means when used by mouthy townsmen, and answers overlap. Sometimes skin, sometimes trade, sometimes prejudice in a hurry. Historians are still debating the ranges and meanings, and you contribute the data point of your shoulders. That seems to satisfy the note-takers more than any recited chronicle. Lastly, sleep arrives with audit questions and finds your ledger ready. Did you move different because of whispers? Yes, softer at the corners. Did rumor open any doors worth walking through? Yes, the one that leads to reassurance among neighbors. Did it lay any traps? Yes, a few with performative urgency. You stepped around them using the ancient technique of maybe later. The river signs off on your answers with a polite knock against the posts, and the cat, in what must be studied approval, chooses your crate as a throne for the night. Tomorrow will bring fresh talk, and you will carry it properly. On the soft muscle between patience and caution, with elbows trained by work and ears trained by water. Market day rolls in like a bright drum, and the riverfront yawns itself awake to welcome a different kind of current. The tug of voices, prices, and promises. Stalls sprout canvas wings along the lane from the wharf toward Al-Kark, and a tide of sandals, brass bowls, and bold opinions carries you into its center. Greetings layer themselves like spices in air. Salam, Maraba, Alan. Each one a soft door you step through before any numbers get to speak. Breath remembers yesterday's storm. Knees remember ropes. Hands prepare to negotiate with the grace of people who know that a coin is not the only form of persuasion. Alleys organize the city's appetite into tidy geographies. Spice sellers lay down a band of color that could instruct rainbows. Leather stalls hang pairs of sandals like small obedient moons. Salt merchants stack pale bricks that make thirst philosophical. The mutasib appears with the early light, measuring cups and scolding optimism out of scoops. and you file the mainstream note that Baghdad's markets in this age expect him. Weights policed, measures leveled, fake saffron discouraged from pretending to be sunlight. He nods to a clerk, the clerk nods to a scale, and a stallholder pretends not to notice everyone noticing him. Introductions happen on repeat until your tongue finds the right rhythm. Compliments trim the path before price. Your leather is honest. Your salt remembers the sea. Your cumin tells a story I'd like to hear again. The seller answers with praise for your discernment, flattery in the key of commerce, then names a figure calibrated to test how recently you ate. A shrug of theatrical sorrow floats into your shoulders while silence does its counting. Bargaining isn't war here. It's theater with a good ending if both players remember to bow. Sandal greets you from a throne of straps and sawls, grinning like a man who invented ankles. The stitch he learned from a sailmaker has turned his sandals into durable gossip, and he has a pair set aside that he swears knows your feet by name. You perform the opening nod, he performs the opening price, and your reply lands somewhere between affection and arithmetic. 2 passes later, he throws in a heel patch in honor of your rope work, and you throw in a proverb about a road deserving good company. The agreement tastes like mint. Nobody loses face. Your feet applaud. Salt piles wait with the dignity of mountains, and the seller, white beard, ink-stained thumb from counting, invites you to test. A pinch between finger and tongue dissolves with a storyteller's patience. A chunk tapped against the top of a jar sings a good, dry note. He claims the best lumps last in the pot like sensible advice, and you buy enough to resentence tonight's stew. An obscure trick slips across the stall. Rub a grain on a coin. If it scrapes clean, the salt isn't shy. You try it. The coin blushes. The seller smiles as if this were wisdom you brought from home. Spices argue politely for your attention, and you reward them by breathing. Cumin bends the air into a low, warm note. Coriander lifts it lightly. Cloves from far coasts throw a dark bloom at the back of your throat. Pepper gets braggy. Saffron attempts seduction by staining fingers with a yellow letter you'll carry for an hour. The vendor breaks a clove bud to prove it is young enough to snap. He bruises a leaf to prove the green is not a liar. You learn the market's first law of honesty. Things that smell like themselves are probably themselves. Poets lurk where coins clink, fishing for patrons with verses flatter than good sandals. One unfolds a couplet about river boys and moonlight that wants to be paid in silver and applause. You make the shape of gratitude with your eyebrows, the sound of maybe with your mouth, and the posture of not today with your feet. Dodging a poet, you discover, is like stepping off a plank at the right time. Smile, shift, never insult the board. The poet angles toward a judge with a better purse, and you angle toward coriander that minds its business. Bookstalls in the Suck al-Warakin tempt you with a different ache. The itch to hold words you will not have time to read. Copyists chant to themselves, their voices pinning lines to the page. A boy runs messages about orders to bind or illuminate. Paper from Samarkand whispers under the reed pen with a confidence imported and earned. Mainstream knowledge taps your shoulder. Abbasid Baghdad swells with book culture, adab and astronomy, law and jokes, while the city's paper industry proves its genius in vats and markets. You stroke a page you can't afford and feel smarter for a heartbeat just for touching ink that knows where it's going. Diplomacy learns new steps on market stone. The mutasabes assistant pauses by a scale and changes the weather for a stall. You let your purchase wait until his shadow passes, because buying during inspection tastes like volunteering for a story. A minor clerk asks for your team's dock name to record a token credit from last night's unloading spree. You answer with the ledger name and the foreman's whistle frequency, which counts as ID more than any wax seal. Officials aren't enemies here if you don't audition for that part. They're guardrails with eyebrows. Vendors perform hospitality like an art. Tea appears before argument, dates after. Praise travels faster than correction if the correction expects to be heard. You list your needs: salt, sandals, a needle stout enough to convince leather, a tiny jar of sesame for the lamp, and then add one want because markets were invented so wants don't feel like crimes. A ribbon of indigo for the cuff? A stub of coal for sun glare? The coal seller makes a case for antimony as eye friend. Physicians might argue, but experience insists that dust respects dark-rimmed lashes. Your eyes nod with relief and a hint of theater. Tactics mature by noon. The walk-away step becomes a waltz. 1 foot back, a sigh that communicates respect, a pivot toward a competing stall that clarifies your budget. Sellers call you back with numbers that learned humility while you were rotating. Humor works better than thunder. A well-placed compliment oils a stuck hinge of price. You practice the phrase, "God make your scales honest," with a tone that blesses and teases at once. And the laugh it earns buys 2 coppers off a bundle of thread. Saffron receives a small interrogation because your stew deserves at least 1 dramatic entrance each week. Threads should resist and release, not surrender like shy straw. Color should bloom in water like a sunrise that knows its job. The merchant drops 3 threads into a cup and invites you to wait with the patience of someone who has been practicing this for decades. The yellow climbs into the water with poise. You nod, he nods, and the price lands where both nods can live. Streets serve instruction alongside goods. A cobbler shows you a stitch for leather that crisscrosses like a patient river. A carpenter lets you palm a wedge whose angle persuades boards to apologize. You trade a rope trick for the wedge, a kindness hitch that lets a plank reconsider without drama. Markets are academies with cumin under the nails, and you graduate from half a dozen classes before Dur pulls down a shadow you can read like a page. Prayer filters commerce into quiet clarity. Stalls cover their goods with cloth the color of nap. Men rinse hands and faces and double-check their intentions. Women draw knots tight and watch children who practice piety by bouncing and then remembering reverence. The call folds over the market and turns bargaining into a softer sport. A mainstream fact nods nearby. In this city, worship and work take turns holding the same handle, and no one pretends they don't touch. You time your water and your silence to the vowels. Paperwork wanders in as gossip with stamps. A merchant explains the saftaja, that paper promise that can cross cities faster than feet. Money you can fold rather than guard with a spear. He claims a trader in Basra will trust this folded thought enough to give grain in exchange. Historians are still debating just how widely such instruments traveled outside merchant circles, and whether dock labor ever handled them directly or only heard the rustle. Today, the saftaja crinkles in your hand for a second, then goes back to the pocket that can translate it into barrels and permission. Pickpockets treat market day as a sport with judges, but you play defense without sourness. Belt knots go under tunic. Coin purse tucks into the fold where Libda would sit. Elbows find the shape that makes a stranger think twice. The mutasabes men circle like commas, and the crowd reads more clearly when they do. A boy bumps you, loses interest when your pocket behaves like a wall, and you wish him an apprenticeship in something that pays him in pride instead of apology. Food stalls declare the afternoon open for sugared diplomacy. Lentils do honest work in bowls. Bread obeys the calloused hand that pats it. A charcoal grill whispers theologies of patience and heat. You split a flatbread with careful hands and trade crumbs for information about the reed prices next week. He speculates with the confidence of a man who has worked 3 storms and learned to prognosticate by cat posture. The cat in question naps on a sack of onions and refuses to ratify the forecast. A poet reappears with a different haircut and a better couplet. This time about bargaining as a dance where both partners know the choreography but pretend to learn it anew. He aims the last word at your pocket, which is a traditional landing place for final lines. You applaud with sincerity and a coin that won't be missed. Dignity and economy shake hands. Not all poetry is a tax. Some poems are receipts for feelings you already owed. Cloth dazzles the lane and then settles into decision. Indigo calls itself wind. Undyed cotton calls itself work. Striped weaves suggest festivals you might attend if sleep ever forgave you. A bolt slaps your forearm with the cool of shade, and you imagine a cuff against rope rash that says capable in quiet script. Thread counts, even in a world where your hands do heavier math, and the warp and weft refuse to lie. You buy a span and a smile, then promise the vendor you'll come back when your coin learns ambition. Household corners of the market have their own diplomacy. Pot sellers let you thrum rims for the note that means won't sulk over the fire. Oil vendors offer sesame in little skins that look like contented frogs. Lampwick dealers twist flax and patience into ropes of light. An obscure hint comes free. Soak new wicks in salt water and dry them so they burn with fewer complaints. You promise to try and imagine a lamp that refrains from writing soot memos on your ceiling. Children run between stalls like punctuation marks, making sentences out of clusters of legs. One tugs your sleeve and offers date pit rings carved with surprising tenderness. Another sells wind catchers woven from reed and string. You buy the ring because your true name likes jewelry that doesn't need explaining, and you buy a wind catcher because sleep is easier when air remembers to play. The wind laughs in it later with a sound like a cat's dream. Debate reaches you through the book lane from men who write essays about taxes and men who pay them. One insists that honest measures keep the city alive. Another mutters that honest soup would do the same. A third brings up the marshes and the word everyone still refuses to define more sharply than caution allows. Historians are still debating that word, zanj. Its ranges of meaning in mouths and records, how it slid from geography into generalization, and how markets coded such identities politely or cruelly. You do not volunteer your ribs as evidence right now. You carry sandals and salt like arguments that make more sense. Noise softens as afternoon ripens, and the river calls you home with a glint that looks suspiciously like suggestion. Purchases hang in a palm fiber bag that creaks like a pleased door. Sandals swish with the pride of good stitching. Salt blocks knock together with the comfortable logic of stone traveling towards soup. Vendors shout last offers with the good humor of people who know tomorrow rehearses again at dawn. You answer with inshallah because hope likes to be named, even when you've already done the arithmetic. Bridges across the market are not made only of planks. You offer a handful of salt to the stewman whose ladle squeaks. He offers a corner of shade the next time a cloud forgets to happen. Sandal promises to hold a pair against the day your strap remembers mortality. You promise to send a sailor with core rope his way. Diplomacy here is barter with memory, favors recorded by ankles and elbows. The ledger can rest. The neighborhood keeps informal books. Return to the quay happens in stages. First, the smell of tar strolls out to meet you like an old friend who never updates his wardrobe. Then the rhythm of rope and water replaces the market's talkie-meter. The foreman eyes your bag with a mock sternness reserved for contraband pleasure. You confess to Saffron, he pretends to be disappointed, and everyone arranges faces appropriately. Gifts distribute themselves. A pinch of spice for the cook, a sliver of halwa for careful hands, a piece of leather to tempt the rope master into sheath-making for a fid. Even the cat receives tribute in the form of a shadow exactly the size it prefers. Supplies go where practice says they belong. Salt hides high and dry, away from goat noses and poet fingers. Sandals wait by the rope stack, ready to replace a strap mid-task. Wicks soak, coal rests, needle gleams like a small spear that chose domesticity. A cup receives saffron and water. The bloom proves you didn't buy straw. The stew tastes like improved decisions, and the tea seller claims the windcatcher sings in his corner better than in yours, which is patently untrue but charming. Twilight tucks the market into its boxes and spreads the wharf into its evening version of order. Leftover prices cling to the air like the aftertaste of coriander. Jokes stretch their spines after a day of stooping. A poet somewhere writes a line that will travel badly in the morning and wonderfully tonight. The river, tired of pretending it doesn't listen, applauds the market by tapping a polite rhythm on the posts. You store the day's diplomacy with your rope skills. Compliments for leverage, silence for timing, humor for knots that don't want to lie flat. Night grants you an audit. Did the sandals earn their brag? Yes, if ankles are accurate witnesses. Did the salt tell the soup a kinder story? Yes, if bowls can be trusted to vote. Did the market teach anything besides prices? Absolutely. That maybe is a noble word when said with respect. That mutasib frowns are easier to navigate if you help the scale find honesty. That poets are best met with generosity measured in coins and polite exits. Mainstream history can keep its libraries and decrees. Your chronicles tonight are written in leather, crystallized sea, and a thread that refuses to surrender. Stars find their marks over the warehouses, and your windcatcher whispers a patient weather to the corner of the quay where sleep holds court. Around you, friends settle into silhouettes you could name by the angle of shoulders alone. The reed whistle naps. The cat extends a paw toward your new sandals as if promising custody. Markets will hum again. Diplomacy will rehearse its steps with fresh actors. Officials will level scoops. Poets will rhyme for supper. Salt will pretend to be philosophy. For now, the day signs off with the quiet satisfaction of a bargain that left everyone a little richer in something that wasn't coin. Morning sidles over the quay with a pale brass gleam, and the tool basket at your feet looks like a shrine nobody admits to worshipping. All's nest beside bone fids. A coil of flax thread dozes like a tame snake, and the little bronze knife you bartered for last week sulks under a strip of cloth it claims as modesty. Work today will depend less on shoulders and more on edges. The kind of care that lives in handles, points, and sharpened patience. A jar can forgive a clumsy lift. A board will not forgive a dull blade. Bone arrives first because it is honest about what it can do. A rib from yesterday's butcher becomes a fid with a few minutes of scraping. Rounded tip, smooth shank, no splinters to bully rope lays. Sand rubbed across the bone polishes it to the color of rainwater. And date pit oil rubbed in with the heel of your hand leaves a sheen that glows quietly in the shade. Every splice you've learned suddenly behaves as if the rope has been listening all along. Tools of bone are not glamorous. They are faithful, like a proverb that has seen storms. Bronze follows with small, deliberate authority. A narrow hafted awl slides through leather without threatening to turn into drama. A squat chisel persuades a peg to accept a new angle. The knife with a leaf-shaped blade shaves ragged rope ends before the whipping goes on. Metallurgists in the souk talk about copper and tin the way poets talk about metaphors, ratios, tempers, the mystery of heat that turns soft into stubborn. Mainstream knowledge stands comfortably here. By the Abbasid centuries, iron tools are common and steel is the upstart celebrity. But bronze remains beloved on the waterfront because salt air laughs at iron and barely giggles at copper's old marriage with tin. Handles become theology in your palms. A fid without a grip is a sermon without vowels. A knife that doesn't sit in the crease between thumb and first finger is a jar begging to be broken. Date palm wood accepts a notch for a cord. Tamarisk gives a handle its own mind if you don't speak to it kindly. Driftwood brings secrets from coasts you will never visit and refuses to crack when heat and river argue. You carve a small fish into the base of one handle, not as a boast but as insurance. When the tool wanders, the fish swims home by gossip. Sharpening tells the truth about whether a day plans to be kind. Whetstones line the bench like gray loaves, fine to coarse, and you learn the circles that make a blade remember its job. A drop of oil, slow figure eights, the whisper that arrives when edge and stone agree. Nothing here requires force, only attention that doesn't blink. A quirky trick passes down the plank. Polish the last half-inch of a bronze knife on fish skin. Stingray if a sailor's cousin gifts you a strip, or the rougher scales of river carp if you live in reality. The micro-teeth it leaves hug rope instead of skating across it like a bored dancer. Somewhere a tinkerer named Kays runs a stall that behaves like a minor hospital for wounded tools. He seats a blade deeper into its handle with a wooden wedge that refuses to argue. He hammers a stubborn rivet with the patience of a judge. He teaches you to peen the end of a bronze pin just enough to mushroom without insulting the hole it lives in. His apron records a century of repairs he is far too young to have done. For a carved fish you trade from your handle, he gives you a whetstone with an honest face and a promise to talk a smith into reshaping your awl when it starts pretending to be a corkscrew. Workshops upstream clang and breathe in rhythms that could pass for prayer. Bellows push wind into a small charcoal furnace. The color of the metal tells secrets to eyes that have earned the right to see them. A smith shows you tin shivering into copper, the surface brightening as if surprised by its own marriage. He warns that too much tin turns pride brittle and too little makes blades sigh instead of cut. Historians would write the ratio on parchment. The smith looks at the glow and says, "Enough." Then he hands you a half-length near needle that comes to a triangular point, perfect for stitching sails, perfect for mending the woven bellies of guffas. Instruments exist for very specific conversations with matter. A caulking iron, not much more than a narrow spoon of bronze on a stick, presses bitumen into seam like a reassuring hand on a worried shoulder. A reamer widens a drill hole with persuasive patience, not violence. A palm guard stitched from thick leather saves you from the kind of story that ends with a bandage and a foreman's sigh. Each tool has a radius of competence. The trick is not to ask a fid to be a pry bar or a knife to be a chisel just because pride has opinions. Stories ride in on edges because edges are memorable. A sailor swears he once watched a carved ivory fid snap at exactly the wrong breath and learned to love bone like an old friend. A porter remembers a bronze hook that carried twice what sense advised and got away with it because the whipping had been done by a patient hand. Your own new all punches the leather pad for a shoulder strap and leaves tidy moons where holes used to be guesswork. Careful Hands asks to borrow it and returns it with the reverence normally reserved for clean cups. On the edge of the wharf, the tar brazier bubbles like quiet thunder, and your caulking spoon learns the taste of heat. Bitumen plus chopped fiber, goat hair in a pinch, reed fluff if someone was clever yesterday, goes into seam, then gets pressed until it purrs. The guffa takes on a smell that will never wash out of any sentence you write about this place. Old-timers claim a pinch of ground brick makes the mix less moody. Young men claim youth can outstare leaks. The river answers both by tapping a plank with a wet knuckle whenever vanity starts collecting coins. Between steps, small tools guard the margin between safety and apology. A bronze hook with a shallow barb stares down a jar that thinks gravity is a sport. A palm-sized scraper shaves splinters from the board edge that everyone pretended not to notice because shifting the board would have interrupted the gossip. A scribe's knife, steel this time, slender and aristocratic, trims a quill and then agrees to slice twine as long as the twine says, please. Multitasking is not a virtue. It is a negotiation where tools remind humans that purpose matters. Across the slipway, a boy carves handles from bone with a line you envy, patient, curved, exact. He wears a chip of red thread on his wrist to keep the evil eye from being bored, and it seems to work. His blades bite where he invites them and nowhere else. You trade him a story about resilience and a scrap of leather. He trades you the knowledge that a notch at the back of a handle saves blisters by giving the web between thumb and finger a place to feel at home. The improvement announces itself like a good proverb, obvious after someone says it out loud. Under the awning, shelves hold a museum of solutions named after whoever got famous first. The sandal stitch crosses leather with a diagonal that refuses to sulk in rain. The Abu Hummus hitch secures a jar to the plank with a confidence that borders on attractive arrogance. The Kark bevel shaves an edge of palm wood so the board slips under weight without snagging dignity. Naming conventions here are less about ego and more about memory. When instructions travel by mouth, a good name is a rope handle that won't break. Nobody pretends bronze is immortal. Saltwater teaches humility to every metal except maybe stories. That leaf-shaped blade gets wiped with oil after every flirtation with damp. The haft gets a little wax so it forgives your grip. The edge gets attention exactly when your back thinks rest would be smarter. A quirk you never forget after learning it once. Draw the blade away from the hand that holds the rope, always, even if the rope is being rude. Scars are also teachers, but tuition is steep. Heat makes a cameo in all the important scenes. The smith quenches a bronze chisel in a jar of water that has tasted 100 other tools. Steam smells like metal telling stories to air. The bitumen pot needs only the faintest encouragement to remember it used to be stone. Too much and it sulks, too little and it tells jokes about your work ethic. The brazier where you warm hands at night doubles as a forge for small fixes, and the foreman turns his head the other way as long as you don't try to invent fireworks. Notes about material travel the market with more reliability than some letters. Copper comes up from Oman in bars that sound like bells when tapped. Tin rides in from the Armenian mountains wearing dust and importance. Iron from Khorasan grows into chisels that think highly of themselves, and sometimes with reason. Mainstream history adds the footnote that steel from farther east, Fulad, enters urban legends like an actor arriving at a party late and perfectly dressed. Dock knives may never see it, but everyone has a cousin who has seen someone who did. You keep to bronze and the occasional iron nail, because glamour does not open jars. Practice gives you a sense for when to ask help from a specialist. A broken all-tip begs for a smith's file, not your stubbornness. A cracked handle wants rawhide and time, not heroics with twine. The rope master tells you to wrap the knife handle with braid made from liff, palm fiber, because sweat makes honesty slippery. His hands show the over-under pattern until your fingers remember without permission. The handle's new skin feels like the part of a friend's advice you wish you had heard yesterday. Debate sits on the plank like a comfortable cat. One man says metal nails and guffas make leaks because wood swells and nails sulk. Another swears by the mixed method. Wooden pegs where the river bosses, bronze fasteners where the cargo bosses. Historians are still debating the universes of sewn plank and peg joinery boats along these waters. How much iron or bronze met the timber? How often tar and fiber did the entire job with no metal at all? You let the experts argue and keep your caulking spoon warm. The seam does not respect footnotes. Meanwhile, sewing sails becomes an afternoon's honest pride. A triangular needle bites through woven palm fiber cloth. Kesab matting repurposed in a pinch. Proper canvas when a ship's cousin takes pity. And your palm guard takes the insult that would have ruined your hand. Each stitch cinches with a tug that tells the next stitch how to behave. A bolt rope is laid along the edge and whipped on with the rhythm you learned from work songs. Wind will respect this seam even if it never knows your name. Forges do not leave the work at the workshop threshold. They travel back to the wharf inside people's pockets. A smith's polished cloth arrives on your bench pretending to be a joke and ends the afternoon as a standard. A rivet set borrowed for 1 jar crate becomes the tool that makes 3, then 5, then the rigging hook that had been threatening to resign from its responsibilities. Tools migrate the way stories do by usefulness and settle where hands make room. Trade in tools has its own currencies. A carved fish on a handle buys you a whetstone with a better future. A bundle of core rope from an Omani deckhand buys you a caulking spoon whose curve knows the grammar of guffa bellies. A story that costs laughter buys you 10 extra minutes with a smith who sharpens the awl with a father's patience. Money works. Reputation does heavier lifting. Certain afternoons the house of wisdom feels close as a neighbor even if it lives across the city in sanctuaries of ink. A scholar once wandered through the wharf, asked about levers and pulleys, and scribbled a diagram on scrap that looked suspiciously like a page from Banu Musa. Whether he came from that bright circle or merely aspired to it, the pulley he recommended saved 3 backs and 1 temper. That's the mainstream melody. Science is flourishing in Baghdad, translated and argued and built. Down here, translation means fewer bruises. Along the rope rail, you line up your little arsenal like friends taking a portrait. Bone fid, bronze awl, leaf knife, scraper, palm guard, spool of waxed flax, a coil of lift for whipping, a wedge, a caulking spoon, a scribe's knife for thefts from twine, and the tiny pumice that keeps handles kind. The set looks modest and answers everything that will matter before dusk. It is not the picture of wealth. It is the picture of staying unbroken. Paper labels find their way onto tool lore even when no one writes them. The kindness whip describes how you tame a fray without yanking. The mercy edge means a knife kept just sharp enough to cut rope clean without flirting with skin. The quiet chisel refers to a bevel you keep for pegs that have not yet learned good manners. Language holds these phrases so they can hold you. Should a newcomer ask, teaching them feels like passing a lamp flame from one wick to another. No one loses light. Night catches the glint on the knife edge and decides to be approving. Lamps flare and then settle, and the tool basket's shadows gather like calm relatives at a wedding. A cat, naturally, chooses the bone fid as a pillow and purrs into your palm guard as if practicing gratitude. You do not disabuse it of the notion that it owns your bench. Cats on the river, no laws older than the caliphs. Finally, the tally for the day slips into place. How many splices done without sulk? How many boards shaved into obedience? How many seams asked for patience and received it? How many fingers, none missing, counted coin? How many trades, 1 carved fish for 1 better blade, made the dock hum sweeter? A mainstream truth sits down beside you. Tools shape labor as much as muscles do, and cities grow not only from decrees and domes but from small edges kept honest. Historians will weigh empires by taxes and texts. The river weighs them by how well a caulking spoon fits a seam. You close the basket, tie the modest knot that says tomorrow, and tuck the leaf knife where it can dream without rust. Moonlight scuffs the river into a road of pewter, and lanterns begin their slow patrol like cautious planets tugging thin rings of light behind them. Brass caps on helms catch glints as 2 Shura men step onto the quay, spears upright, sandals whispering their ordinary verdict on wood. Nothing dramatic announces this hour. The city simply changes key. Stalls close their eyelids, braziers learn to purr, and the foreman folds his reed whistle into his belt with a care that says, "Let the night do the counting." Lanterns cut safe circles into the dark, each one just wide enough for a conversation between caution and courtesy. Oil smells of sesame when the wick behaves, of fish when the lamp is honest about its upbringing, and of castor when someone decided smoke was better than insects. The guards carry variants that look like traveling doorways, sheeted brass with pierced patterns that stitch constellations onto planks as they pass. A small trick you learn quickly: stand at the lantern's edge so your face reads as neighborly, not confrontational. Soft angles make softer questions. Somewhere upstream a clapper clicks. 2 dry beats, pause, 1 beat. The watchman's wooden tongue that cities all along the rivers have taught to speak. That little instrument, palm-sized and unimpressed by poetry, tells the neighborhood that eyes are awake. A mainstream fact takes a seat beside the brazier. Abbasid cities relied on a mix of shura, police, the market inspector's aides, and nocturnal watchmen sometimes called the Aziz, who walked beats with lamps, staffs, and wooden clappers to keep alleys honest. Whether their reach was citywide or patchwork by quarter is hard to pin. Regulations existed on paper, but practice flowed like water through custom and coin. Between the first pair of lanterns and the last echo of the clapper, a map begins to draw itself under your feet. It's not parchment. It's muscle memory stitched to landmarks. 7 counted breaths from the reed shed to the rope pile. 9 from the rope pile to the cat's preferred crate. 3 deliberate steps sidestepping the slick board at post 3, which stays mischievous in every season. You call these not measurements but lullabies, repeatable, forgiving, able to catch a stumbling thought before it turns into a stumbling foot. In the shadows behind the warehouse, the shura leader practices the bureaucracy of politeness. He greets the foreman by title, lifts the lantern higher when speaking to the municip's deputy, and nods at the sleep-curled mat where the cat is currently employing a coil of rope as a pillow. Questions arrive in mild phrases. Any trouble? Any late moorings? Any barrels sitting where tomorrow's jars will want to stand? Answers travel back with the same tone. Even suspicion, when it visits, keeps its sandals quiet. The city prefers frictionless nights. On the far edge of the quay, Sandal pirouettes his sails tray into the shadows, not to hide from law but to keep leather from learning smoke. He has mapped this corner down to the nail heads, can cross it blindfolded without bruising a figure. He shows how to notch a lantern route into memory. Pick a sound, tie it to a turn. The second drip from the cracked eave means step right. The distant clack of the guard's staff against a certain post means the patrol is at the fork. The gull's argumentative cry at this hour means fish scraps, which means cats, which means detour unless you want feline editorializing on your sandals. Under the awning where jars sleep, you rehearse the silent grammar of passing guards. Hands visible, pace unhurried, eyes neither clingy nor evasive. A quiet evening to you makes the lantern's circle feel generous. A nod toward the pile of matting says you're exactly where you belong. The shura do not linger. They write their report with light and footsteps, and their ink is the absence of trouble. When one pauses long enough to ask your dock name, you give the ledger version, neither shrug nor shout, and he files you into his mind's tidy cupboard labeled Human Known. Elsewhere, alleys beyond the quay narrate their own nocturnal scriptures. House doors glow like embers where oil niches warm the stucco. A faint line of lime wash along certain walls catches moonlight the way a calm mind catches advice. Someone has pressed shards of glazed pottery into mortar at 2 corners, and those bits of blue and white return lantern light like low stars. A quirky trick from old neighbors. Chalk an X at shin level to mark a stone that bullies sandals. Nobody admits to doing the marking, everybody benefits, and the chalk reappears after every rain as if the alley itself remembered. Around the second patrol, the beat changes. 2 men in plain wool cloaks carry lanterns with tighter shutters, and their questions itch for lost things. 2 coils of cord, a stray bundle of reed, a boy who ran hesitations through a stall owner's patience. They are not cruel. They are thorough. You give thoroughness the respect due to rope and gravity. The short route to the reed shed becomes a longer, better-lit route that meets them head-on instead of rising behind them like a badly timed joke. Courage, you decide, is mostly planning that doesn't brag. Past the oil jars, the foreman's own hidden map emerges. Folds and creases no paper carries. He points with chin instead of finger at a narrow run between stacked crates that will never host a jar again because cats lobbied hard for a corridor. He taps the board beside a post to indicate the spot where loud voices echo toward a cranky taxman's window. Use low tones here, save arguments for the river's hum. He mutters a two-syllable address that means, if a rush of feet happens, this is where we funnel bodies. None of this hides from law. It cooperates with safety. Underfoot, the planks carry their own compass. The grain points toward the river's will. You learn to read it with your soles. On damp nights, the tar sheen becomes a warning, and you memorize the three surfaces that never betray you. The woven reed mats that grip like an old friend, the raw palm slats beside the coal crate, and the patch someone dusted with ash in a charitable mood. Step count plus texture equals direction. The equation never writes itself on paper, and it never lies to knees. Beyond the docks, the city's large map shifts in and out of sleep. To the north sits the great round plan of the caliphal city. Walls like careful ink, gates that close with sentimental squeaks. Across the river, markets in Al Rufa lean into late night copying in the book lanes, while blacksmiths fold their fires earlier under mild threat from neighbors who prefer dreams over hammers. A mainstream knowledge point saunters in with the lantern light. Abbasid Baghdad was famously two-banked, Kark on the west with its markets and workshops, Rufa on the east with palaces and bureaucracies, bound by bridges of boats that rearranged with floods and orders. Nights looked different on each bank, and curfew as a rule varied by quarter, season, and who had the loudest patience. Meanwhile the cat, which acts as if on stipend, patrols with a jurisdiction untroubled by writs. It knows which rope coils retain heat, which crate corners announce a draft, and which guard's cloak smells like friendly bread. Watching the cat is education. It avoids the lantern's heart but walks confidently through its edge. It treats shadows not as threats but as furniture. By copying this sovereign, your night map learns grace. The cat's route is not an escape plan. It is a confidence plan. Within the dim angle between the fish stall and the reed shed, companions practice an exercise nobody calls by name. One by one, they trace the wharf blind from braziers to moorings, counting, touching, whispering the inventory of corners. Here, a loose peg. There, the knot that forgives. Here, the plank that swears friendship until it rains. It is half game, half drill, and the prize is a body that does not panic when oil gutters or wind sulks. Historians would love a document. The doc prefers memory. Sometimes the patrol pauses to listen, and the silence becomes a field where small noises bloom. Water licks the posts like a child counting quietly. A jar settles with a pop of ceramic contentment. Farther, N or creaks its way out of an argument with the river. You file these sounds next to the chalk map in your head. If a new sound arrives, running feet, raised voice, clatter with a guilty rhythm, you will not need to ask where it is. The wharf has taught you what calm sounds like, which means it has taught you what not calm sounds like. Later, a guard with a scholar's posture ambles by and tells a story about night orders carved on tablets in older cities. Signals rung from towers, bells enumerating hours, drums parading certainty. He laughs at his own nostalgia and taps his lantern. We keep time this way now. A debated footnote tiptoes into the conversation. Historians are still arguing how formal curfews really were in 9th century Baghdad, whether night watch routines were centralized or improvisational, and how often different communities negotiated exceptions for work, worship, or river timing. Your experience is a polite shrug toward nuance. The guard's route keeps order because people cooperate with being kept safe. Around midnight, the wharf rehearses a kindness. A visiting sailor, Omani by the rope he carries, by the way his vowels lean on wind, returns to borrow a mat he did not borrow earlier and manages to apologize without performing. The Shura do not pounce. They prefer help to heroics tonight and escort him with a lantern to a corner that does not turn ankles. You watch the lantern carve an uncomplicated line in the dark and realize your secret map is not just for leaving. It's for guiding. Beyond the last lamp, alley air cools into the kind of dark that wants you to speak in plurals. 2 by 2 becomes the rule. Careful hands walks ahead. You carry the coil, sandal trails with an ear like a good door hinge. At street mouths where the wind changes accent, you pause long enough to hear the city pivot. In Ramadan, a drum might add itself to this mixture, the muzahar walking with a beat that wakes kitchens. In ordinary months, the sleep eater is the river alone, and you time your steps to it. Past the date sacks, an old porter named Rain spells out an even older trick with a nail and a private smile. He presses a tiny gouge into the corner of a post at knee height. 1 mark means, don't run here. 2 marks, mind the plank. 3 marks, talk if you must. He claims the marks move themselves by morning if they're wrong. Likely it's the chalk boy's work. Likely it's the city's. Either way, the marks keep apprentices from learning the painful way that night regrades the wharf. Under reed mats that drowse like sleeping snakes, hidden lines tie the quay together. There's a rope you could pull in a hurry that would lift a mat, reveal a wedge, release a board, create a path. Not because anyone expects to flee, but because speed sometimes doesn't want to negotiate with fingers. The rope master taught this layout with the impassive face of a man folding a shirt. Courage, he said, is not sprinting. It is setting up the sprint and hoping to never use it. Elsewhere the watchman's talk keeps turning to light, what color, what height, what distance between. They claim a blue-dyed wick calms mischief. A red-dyed wick draws poets. No thanks. A plain wick tells the truth. Whether the dye trick works is arguable. What's certain is that low light makes neighbors kinder to one another's mistakes. You aim for that height when you carry a lamp, just high enough to read a friend's intent, just low enough that shadows can keep their privacy. Around the bend by the mooring posts, a small foundry of sound reveals itself. The gentle rattle of a token cup, the wheeze of a bellows cooling for the night, the hiss of a lamp meeting damp fingers. Those hisses are punctuation in the wharf's grammar. A hiss 2 planks away means the tea cellar is closing. A hiss beside the scale means the scribe has decided the numbers are done for the evening. A hiss near the rope pile means the cat has stepped on the wrong doctrine. If a hiss arrives where there should be none, the patrol tightens their circle, and your body rehearses routes learned with chalk and ankle. Beyond safety, the map you keep becomes something else, an atlas of small bravery. It records the bench where you offered your cup to a stranger before he remembered he was not one. It sketches the corner where Abu Humus told an old joke so precisely that a nervous dockhand remembered to breathe. It underlines the door where the needle seller refused coin for a patch and called the refusal a superstition so no one would argue. These are not exits. They are entrances back into a self that knights sometimes try to thin out. Meanwhile, the mutasabes deputy, who frowns as a public service by daylight, walks with the patrol and pretends to have no opinions at all. He carries a string of carved beads not for counting sins but for counting doors that stayed shut when they should, open when they must. He also checks wicks, which is less spiritual and more practical than it sounds. The city's safety is often a matter of inches. Nobody writes a poem about moving a lamp 2 fingers higher so it doesn't kiss a curtain, and yet that is how wooden buildings grow to be old buildings. Within the glow between posts, a debate over maps breaks out near the brazier. Poetic, not bureaucratic. One worker swears a map is what your feet memorize. Another swears a map is what your friends carry of you in their heads. A third points at the river and says it has been drawing the same shape around the city longer than any pen. Historians would nod and write articles about mental maps, social networks, and hydrology. Here you nod and trace a small loop in the dust with your toe, a promise to remember not just the exits but the returns. Sometimes the patrol shrinks to a single lantern and a pair of silhouettes, and the wharf grows theatrical in their wake. Shadows stand straighter. Conversations shave their volume like beards. You let the lantern pass, then let your shoulders fall back into the night's ordinary slouch. Not because law is enemy, because light asks people to perform, and performance exhausts muscles that must be clever again at dawn. Later still, a borrowed myth circulates around the brazier, one of those traveling stories that arrive wrapped in someone's cousin's memory. It says certain craftsmen in a far city in Khorasan laid crushed glass into alleys to reflect star pricks, not as traps, but as wayfinders for midwives and night guards. Is it true? Perhaps. The point of the story is not glass. It is the ethic. Make small kindnesses visible in the dark. Night maps are mostly made of such glimmers. Finally, the patrol completes its last turn. The clapper clicks a benediction, and the lanterns thin into individual stars taking off coats. The river makes a sound like a page being turned gently, as if the Tigris loved good paragraphs. Your map for this hour tucks itself under the rib where your folded true name lives. It is not a map that tells you how to run away. It is a map that tells you how to run toward steadiness if steadiness stumbles. Toward familiar hands, toward the board that forgives, toward the cat that can't be persuaded to panic. Dawn will arrive soon enough with cargo and chalk and the taxman's eyebrows. Before it does, the night asks for a last audit. Lantern routes, learned. Shadow shortcuts, memorized. Courage, not a shout, a route. Mainstream knowledge, watchman and shura, sometimes improvised, sometimes instructed, sometimes saints of small hours. Quirky truth. Shards and lime wash can teach light to behave, and cats teach people to. Debated line. Curfews, formal or informal, paper or custom. Historians are still debating how exactly those rules breathed in a city this alive. Your body votes yes on the only referendum that matters. When the lamp flares, don't flinch. When the light passes, don't vanish. When the dark returns, don't let it convince you you're alone. Lantern light ripples over the Tigris like gold stitched onto dark silk, and the quay sheds its workday shoulders for a celebrant's posture. Stalls that usually smell of tar and cumin put on garlands of palm fiber. Ropes where ribbons no ledger would approve. Even the foreman's reed whistle dangles mute, as if festivals suspend the laws of elbows. A drummer tests skin with 2 patient taps, and the river answers by smoothing itself, pleased to be a mirror for one night. No cargo dominates the planks. Tonight, the load is laughter. Drums speak first because rhythm is the door the city prefers to open. A small Nakara pair, tied at the waist of a boy who obviously believes in applause, calls out a heartbeat that fits the quay's boards perfectly. A deeper frame drum falls in behind, the sound shrugging through barrels and posts until everyone steps a little higher without noticing. The rope master, traitor to his reputation, marks time with a finger on his thigh. Even the cat keeps tempo with a tail flick that implies formal training. Calendars braid themselves across the season. Eid mornings unfolded like clean linen. Nora's afternoons tasting of sugar and rosewater. Mirajan evenings tilted toward stories and light. A mainstream certainty works comfortably here. Abbasid Baghdad loves festivals, both the sacred days recognized by law and the old seasonal observances that traveled into the city through Persian, Arab, and local Iraqi customs. Court processions and neighborhood feasts exist on the same map, even if their budgets do not. On the wharf, the program is humbler. Lamps, song, sweet things that stick to fingers, and enough shared memory to make strangers nod in chorus. Banners unfurl with the particular confidence of fabric that knows wind. A strip of indigo dyed by a Sindhi trader flirts with a strip of saffron silk saved for special weeks. A palm frond fan, woven wide, pretends to be a standard and convinces children easily. The foreman makes a performance of not seeing any of it and then places the good brazier in exactly the right corner for music. Tradition here is half deliberate, half accident that work twice. Vendors recalibrate their morals with the sun still up, announcing recipes as if selling weather. A tea seller stacks his ridged clay cups higher than dignity. A sweet cake woman arranges semolina slices in concentric patterns of persuasion, and a man with a copper tray dusts almonds with sugar so gently a scholar would take notes. Prices migrate toward kindness. Change appears in the form of extra dates. The line between generosity and marketing blurs on purpose and nobody complains. Musicians discover that the quay has acoustics worth bragging about. A reed flute threads itself through drum echoes, and somewhere a short-necked lute sighs a new story into the same old chords. Lyrics hover between piety and bragging about cucumbers, which turns out to be a sensible balance. You join the chorus on the bits everyone knows. Praise that feels practical, jokes that land without leaving footprints, and the river keeps time with small, approving taps under the planks. Children own the early hour, dragging kites made from paper that remembers Samarkand vats and frames that remember denser winds. A boy shows off a clay whistle shaped like a fish and blows it into a river-appropriate theology. A girl with palms henned in constellations hops between lamp pools as if inventing a new calendar. The older workers pretend to be annoyed and then teach a circle-clapping game that looks eerily like a training drill disguised as joy. Practice, the wharf whispers, is a holiday you can use the next day. Perfume crosses the lane like a polite argument. Someone waves a censer of bucor, resin and wood shaving smoke curling with ambitions to become memory. Someone else sprinkles rosewater from a narrow-necked bottle, the droplets landing on wrists, will, and rope ends with equal ambition. A small, odd fact is shared without ceremony. A few drops of vinegar in a bowl of water sharpen the scent, and a few petals floating on top turn the bowl into a mirror that flatters. The foreman pretends the vinegar belongs to the stew. Nobody argues because the stew thanks him. Processions arrive unheard and then are suddenly everywhere. A little boat slides along the bank with lamps strung like low-hanging stars. Not a court barge, nothing official, just neighbors with an appetite for elegance. A figure in a white thobe recites a short praise, the vowel shapes long enough to invite the moon, and hands lift in a wave that is half blessing, half choreography. A mainstream footnote keeps its distance but remains visible. Written accounts remember grand caliphal displays on river and road, but the scale and frequency remain debated. Historians are still arguing about how often those spectacles wash down to ordinary neighborhoods. On nights like this, neighborhood inventiveness is quite enough. Alongside the music, trades practice their own festivities. Sailmakers with needles like opinionated birds perform a stitched race on a scrap of canvas. Rope men set up a friendly contest to see whose splice disappears most completely into the line. The mat weaver lays out reed puzzles that look like nets for catching sunlight. Winners receive applause and sweets. Losers receive applause and sweets. Participation receives applause and sweets. Competitions that reward everyone are a technology the wharf refuses to patent. Sweets push the evening decisively into festival. Candy almonds clack in bowls like polite hail on tile. Date halwa, stirred until it remembers gravity slowly, slices into diamonds that teach teeth about mercy. A passing rumor claims some rich lane across the river bathes eggs in saffron for Nowruz. You bath your tongue in saffron by way of rice pilaf instead and find the same lessons without the egg. The cat negotiates a sugar-coated almond with the seriousness of a treaty. Games appear as if the boards had sprouted them. A ring toss turns peg and rope into a short sermon on angles. A throwing game uses pits of dates as ammunition and a too-proud clay jar as target. The reed whistle, unemployed for safety, volunteers as umpire and acquits itself beautifully. Wagers rise, but only to the height of a laugh. Coin stays in pockets. Pride stays in sandals. The lesson is simple. If your fun requires bruises, pick another fun. Water joins the script by doing more than being background. Buckets pass for splash games in the corner where nobody minds getting clever and damp. A tradition from a Persian neighbor, sprinkling rosewater at Nowruz to invite freshness, gets borrowed with permission and smiles. A debated aside slips in with a napkin's discretion. Historians are still debating how widespread spring water splashing practices were in Baghdad proper versus in Persianate towns, and how much they resembled the bookish descriptions. You trust your eyes tonight. Laughter recognizes authenticity better than footnotes do. Meanwhile, the mutasabes deputy attends like a chaperone who wants to be liked. He checks that scale pans are off-duty and not sneaking in commerce under the cover of fun. Inspects a ladle for cleanliness, and then takes a sweet with a face that apologizes to no one. His presence keeps mischief at the level of cleverness. When two boys arm wrestle over the last honey fritter, he redistributes by fiat, half and half because festivals change the fractions. Scholars drift to the water's edge like moths that attended finishing school. One asks the rope master for an explanation of the splice race and takes notes as if writing a treatise on practical knot theology. Another inquires about the drum meter and its ability to support both procession and work chant. Breath, he proposes, is the empire's real infrastructure. A mainstream thread hums here. Knowledge in this city lives in houses of wisdom and in courtyards and on wharves. The river lets theory borrow its wrists for an evening and insists on citations in clean knots. Debates politely refuse to go home with the scholars. One musician argues that oud and drum harmonies were welcomed openly in the earliest times. A devout neighbor counters with a list of cautions. A third person adds that neighborhoods sorted these questions in the key of kindness, not edict. Historians are still debating early juristic attitudes toward public music, how strictures softened or didn't in practice, and whether river neighborhoods had their own unwritten licenses. The doc resolves the matter by keeping volume at friendship level and lyrics defensible in front of grandmothers. Customs merge like tributaries. A Christian neighbor brings flatbread stamped with a cross and a vine, offers it without commentary, and receives dates and tea in return. A Jewish dyer contributes a song about light that fits so naturally into the rhythm of lamps that nobody remembers which community began it. The river applauds with a gentle slap under the planks, and your pockets applaud by not reaching for coin. Tonight, variety is free. Somewhere a storyteller climbs a crate and tosses words like lanterns into the dark. He begins with a lion that forgets to roar and a fisherman who remembers to listen, and halfway through the tale Abu Hummus adds a line that improves the moral without injuring the pride of the teller. Children lean forward, workers lean back, and both mouth the ending just ahead of the final sentence. Nothing gets written down, and everyone preserves the story perfectly, which is how performance should work within whispering distance of a river. Evening thickens into comfort exactly as planned. Lamps settle into a cooperative dim. Brazier smoke learns manners. The drum finds a walking rhythm that lets hands discover free time inside palms. The foreman invents a game he calls Inspect the Knots for Beauty, awards imaginary coins to neatness, and pretends those coins can be exchanged for stew. The pretense works. Stew tastes better when earned from compliments than from coins. Near the moorings, a tiny boat theater springs up, 2 mats, for hands, a handful of cut-out figures parading against a lamplit cloth. Shadows gain lives and make faces noble or foolish on command. A scholarly aside keeps its voice low. Shadow plays become famous later in other cities, but stories travel faster than scribes, and it is plausible small shows wandered into Baghdad earlier. Historians are still debating origins and routes. Children care not at all. They cheer for the hero and scold the dragon who politely declines to exist. Between songs, your crew follows the old courtesy of festivals. Every skill turned into spectacle for a moment of joy. Careful Hands demonstrates a plank balance routine that would make a courtier applaud while a guffa nods in professional respect. Sandal performs a one-man monologue on the virtues of heel patches, the audience's laughter bending in crescendos that conveniently sell 2 pairs. The rope master ties a kindness hitch blindfolded while reciting a proverb about not bravely injuring toes. The cat contributes by yawning at exactly the right time. After the sweet cakes make a second lap, ceremonies turn, as they should, toward prayer. A short recitation, soft and sure, arcs over heads. A handful of men and women lay mats behind the music. Another handful watches the lanterns and the jars so that devotion and duty play on the same team. The cadence rinses the laughter without scolding it. Festivals here prefer sequences, not boundaries. Praise folded into song, folded into kindness, folded into practical chores. Toward the late hour, the river performs its party trick. A breeze lifts from nowhere and slips along the posts, taking heat out of the evening and leaving behind a sigh. Lamps flare, then settle. The mirror of water exchanges winks with stars that have been politely waiting to be invited. Mugs refill without counting. Arguments about which variety of date deserves poetry yield to a treaty involving samples. If an official procession had come, it would have seemed redundant. The city already looks grand enough from the planks. Under the awning, a carding of favors begins. Loans returned, tools promised, small debts converted to jokes. Festivals reward bookkeepers of kindness. One man produces a strip of steel he swears came from a Far Eastern blade and insists your knife should borrow its edge next week. Another brings out a spool of flax and says it was always meant for your whipping work. Mainstream history might get jealous. No archive can record how many tiny economies reach equilibrium under lamplight, but your memory takes the minutes faithfully. Finally, the cat writes the closing act by kneading the good mat into a nest and administering a look that says, "Clean up and keep the music in your pockets." Stew pots click lids into sleep. Cups drain into last toasts. The drum lies face down as if listening to the river's opinion. A closing truth emerges as the lanterns shrink. Joy on this quay is practical. It oils joints for tomorrow's lift, it makes neighbors into witnesses, It files edges off policies so they can pass through human rooms. One mainstream note takes its bow. Baghdad's revels stand beside its scholarship. A city of ink without festivals would be a library trying to walk. Historians are still debating the scale of the parties and the reach of their rules, but the ribcage knows what the page cannot. Audit time arrives with the soft authority of a well-tuned drum. Rituals kept breath kind. Sweets balanced effort with reward. Music carried prayer without spilling it. Customs made room for each other. Debates stayed friendly. 3 small tricks earned permanent citizenship in your pocket. Vinegar in the scent bowl, ring toss as angle training, and rosewater as reminder to be freshly brave. The map you keep of lantern routes now includes a lane labeled Joy, an exit not out of danger but into belonging. The river signs off with a lazy knock on the posts, and sleep strolls in wearing a smile made of saffron and ash. Pale light slips under the awning before the city remembers its name, and the river puts a silver finger to its lips as if to hush the leftover drums from last night's festival. Planks cool beneath your soles, tar scent softened by dew, and the breath you didn't know you were saving finally stretches. Somewhere a kettle discovers the exact moment water becomes persuasive, and a reed boat bumps a post with the politeness of someone late to a quiet conversation. Morning is not a spectacle here. It is a calibration. First tasks recruit your hands without asking your permission. A libda gets shaken, it's felt warmed against a palm. A coil is paid back into order because the night used it as a pillow. A knife blade meets the honest gray of a whetstone and remembers why edges matter. Those small motions create a compass more reliable than maps. North is the brazier's ember. East is the line of chalk on the warehouse door. South is the path where cats edited the moonlight. West is the wind, and the wind is reasonable today. Between the river and the ledger, a plan stitches itself out of ordinary thread. Coins accrue not in dramatic piles but as a habit. One withheld sweet, one extra mat delivered, one borrowed tool returned in better condition than received. Favors accrue too, and they count more. A place in the shade that becomes your corner without anyone announcing it. A nod from the municibest deputy that means his frown won't visit your scoop for a week. A seat at the brazier that fills when you're late because someone kept it with their elbow. All of that becomes a cushion you can fold into the pocket behind your ribs. Routine feels less like chains and more like the rhythm section of a song you picked. Lift on the inhale, set on the exhale, breathe on the pause, smile at the post. This refrain has earned its place in your throat. The reed whistle no longer startles. It suggests. Footwork chooses the kinderslat not because fear bosses it, but because intelligence has become muscle. This is a kind of rewriting that doesn't demand attention. It edits attitudes and leaves paragraphs alone. Languages learned in the noise now bloom in the quiet. Caribou slides out of your mouth with dawn's soft edges. Yalla climbs the board in a friendly imperative. Tayyib lands like a folded blanket where the conversation needs softness. The pocket dictionary you built. Swahili warmed by Arabic. Omani deck talk braided with the local slang of reed sheds. Stops being a collection and becomes a voice. You do not sound like a sailor or a clerk. You sound like the wharf. That is enough. Maps previously tied to fear now tie to competence. The lantern routes are still there, but morning lets you redraw them as delivery lines, not escape lanes. One path from rope stack to plank without grazing the oil jars. One from the plank to the scales that dodges a puddle that never dries. One from the scales to the shade that tips hats to every ankle. These are not secret alleys. They are recipes. Anyone could learn them. It happens to be your job to remember. Tools prepared yesterday hum like small loyal engines. Bone fid. Smooth as myrrh, no splinters, no surprises. Bronze all. A leaf-shaped whisper asking to meet leather. Caulking spoon. Warmed by a breath. Ready to persuade tar into its best behavior. The handle the rope master carved fits your palm with a familiarity that counts as affection in a city where people rarely say such things out loud. Keeping tools honest turns out to be a moral practice as much as a technical one. Work returns with its old face and a new accent. Sacks arrive. Posture assumes its efficient bend. And the plank settles into a line of poetry you recite with your back. The day does not suddenly adore you for being diligent. It simply does not argue as much. Grain mountains and date dust remember your name, but they have stopped testing your temper every hour. Pride still knocks at inopportune moments. You answer the door with a proverb and a well-timed shoulder roll. Neighbors function like assets that pay in unreported dividends. Sandal replaces a strap before it becomes a story. Careful hands notices the reed mat slipping toward gossip and fixes it with an absent-minded hip. Abu Hummus times a joke to land between a misstep and an injury. None of this appears in the ledger. All of it is why the ledger never has to record certain kinds of trouble. Friendship here is not metaphor, it is infrastructure. Prayer rings its steady bell across the morning, and the wharf answers with gestures that do not contradict labor. Wudu is water learning choreography on skin. Prostration is a spine remembering its proper audience. A few sit, a few stand, a few watch the plank because devotion includes preventing jars from inventing a theology of chaos. A mainstream note fits comfortably. In Abbasid neighborhoods, worship and work braid, not collide. The day schedules itself around both as if they shared a calendar. Keeping balance is not a performance. It is a habit. Measures step into the scene with their usual appetite for accuracy. Rattle, mud, and essay with Macron practice their scales like musicians warming up, and the mutasabes stones behave like the metronome everyone respects even while claiming to hate it. Chalk marks on the post grow their tidy forest. When a gust tries to smudge a line, the chalk boy re-inks the tree without being asked. Historians are still debating regional equivalences of these measures, whether a Bahrain rattle shook hands neatly with a Baghdadi cousin. On the warehouse threshold, the argument always ends with a stone that has no patience for poetry. Rumors arrive for their breakfast, but you've learned portion control. A whisper about shortages tastes less alarming when examined against the tea seller's inventory. A story about a marsh revolt feels less like a cliff when weighed against the courier's dry seal and the unexcited rows of sacks. The cat, indifferent index of urgency, naps on the rope coil. If whiskers refuse to vote, so do you. Information no longer yanks. It suggests. Festivals leave afterglow the way lamps leave warm glass. Strangers who danced become neighbors who wave. Vendors remember which jokes sold the most sweet cakes and keep those jokes in their apron pockets for the next hard week. The drum has gone quiet, but its meter remains, pacing your breath during difficult lifts. Joy, it turns out, is not an interruption of the economy. It is fuel rated for long burn. Economies at human scale begin to look like a plan rather than a weather report. A half coin saved at the market translates into lamp oil that does not cough at dusk. A patch sewn into the libda saves a bruise that would have taxed tomorrow's optimism. A reed windcatcher hung in the corner buys 15 minutes of better sleep. None of these qualify as freedom in a chronicle. Together they taste like a lane widening. Debate finds you anyway because cities prefer to think out loud. One scholar wonders aloud whether crafts in this era formed something like guilds or whether networks stayed mostly informal. Another shrugs that the words are less important than the behavior. Historians are still debating the depth and formality of craft organization along the Abbasid rivers, and whether rules traveled on paper or on promises. On the wharf, vows travel by nod. Enforcement happens via stew and embarrassment. Whatever it's called, it works. House of Wisdom stories float downstream in a rumor boat that everyone agrees to sail in for a minute because it's pretty. A visitor claims someone there built an improved water clock. Another swears brothers wrote on mechanical tricks capable of making fountains negotiate with gravity. Mainstream knowledge nods. Translation and ingenuity flourish in the city. Observation learns new languages. Instruments get clever. For your purposes, the clever instrument is a reed. Drop it, watch it pivot, adjust your feet. Science can be grand without abandoning ankles. Memory starts acting like a ledger you actually enjoy reading. Pages include, the time a knot forgave a fool. The afternoon the wind changed and nobody panicked. The evening a lantern moved 2 fingers and a curtain did not meet fire. Your part in these entries is small but sincere. The story of this place will not carry your family name to a library shelf. It will carry the absence of disasters that might have occurred. Negatives have nobility when they keep bones unbroken. Coin stretches better now because dignity cuts it with a cheaper alloy called patience. Vendors recognize the hands that pay them, and that recognition discounts stress, which is the most expensive currency in town. The tea seller knows your cup by the faint scrape at its lip and keeps it for you. The stew man pretends to water the pot and then doesn't. Gratitude costs you nothing to display. It buys everything worth having. Night patrol maps from last chapter become daylight logistics. The corridor kept for cats doubles as a fast lane for emergency deliveries. The chalk X at shin level warned you last night. Now it guides a boy's first heavy run, so he doesn't reinterpret the word apprentice as sacrifice. Lantern height measured yesterday informs where to hang a shade today. Planning acts like a benevolent echo. Preferences turn into policies because consistency has voted them into law. The sesame oil mustache traps dust before it throws a riot in lungs. The salt on coals trick prevents impatient sparks from editing sleeves. Wheat piles get braced by the promise at the correct angle before they decide to become dunes. A city might look grand in a caliph's letter, but it survives by micro-legislation like this, habits enforced by collective memory rather than by men with loud voices. Conversations about identity take up a stool by the brazier and stay kind. Someone finally asks outright what zanj means when spoken by men who move jars instead of writing books. Answers overlap. A coast, a color, a trade. An insult spoken by lazy mouths. A proud history spoken by accurate ones. Historians are still debating the word's reach across centuries and the extent to which it flattened or illuminated. Your truth arrives simpler. Identity, in this district, proves itself by how a person ties a knot, keeps a measure honest, and shares fire. Names help, shoulders decide. Small luxuries retain their authority over morale. Clean cups remain miracles, not because clay is rare but because care is. Soap, when it visits, turns hands into something the river thanks with coolness. A properly trimmed wick declines to write smoke essays on your lungs. The windcatcher sings a patient vowel in the corner and persuades sleep to visit sooner. People who dismiss these comforts tend to write letters an oarsman refuses to deliver. Clerks with fish-shaped commas resume their reign over the daylight, and you no longer resent it. Paper is the city's way of remembering what muscles cannot hold without trembling. Ledgers keep falsehoods from colonizing memory and also keep pride from claiming credit it did not earn. The monotony of careful ink is underrated. Keeps chaos bored. Time becomes cooperative rather than adversarial. Hours once treated as bosses now behave like partners because you ask them to do specific jobs. This hour is for the heavy lifts while ankles are fresh. The next belongs to repairs while sun bosses nobody. The last reserved for tidy up that tomorrow will bless. The prayer calls partition the day in ways that honor wrists and rosin's breath. Schedules do not enslave. They emancipate attention. Quiet heroism hides in the corners where nobody claps. A boy keeps the broom's bristles still when a jar wobbles past. His steadiness spares a sentence in a report you'll never read. A woman at the needle stall stitches a patch just wide enough that a future stumble becomes a joke instead of a scar. The rope master re-whips a fray before it can audition for tragedy. Stories of catastrophe thrill cities. Stories of catastrophe prevented build them. Governance keeps visiting the wharf, and today it behaves. The Shura nods in the key of nothing to report. The mutasib frowns purely out of habit. The courier's seal lands dry on a note that says dredging schedules proceed. The mainstream machine hums. Diwans counting, Barid moving, inspectors policing measures, courts available for the predictable quarrel about whose barrel is friendlier to gravity. You have learned to be grateful for predictable quarrels. Ambition sneaks back to the mind's doorway but knocks in a different tone. Before, ambition wore a cape and promised tomorrow would forgive recklessness. Now it dresses like a well-cut task list. Learn to splice faster. Teach one apprentice the read test until they no longer need your voice. Translate one work song into a slower meter that will save older knees. None of this looks like a banner. All of it smells like a future. Rituals of ending carry as much weight as rituals of beginning. Tools cleaned before dusk polish more than metal. They polish pride into something quiet. Mats rolled with the river's memory inside them keep the night from inventing a storm in the brain. A last cup at the brazier, drunk slowly enough to teach time manners, washes away the day's static without erasing its signal. The cat blesses your corner by sleeping exactly where your palm will land in the dark. Home is a pronoun that stops referring to a place you remember poorly and starts referring to an hour you can rely on. The wharf at dawn, the brazier at night, the plank when it behaves, the voice that calls prayer before the market grows loud. These are addresses that receive mail. A letter arrives daily from your own body saying, "I can still do this," and the river stamps it with its wet seal and forwards it to tomorrow. Stern truths remain, and they do not apologize for existing. Some overseers will always love volume more than wisdom. Some clerks will love ink more than justice. Some storms will dislike your neatness on principle. The plan you stitch is not armor against every insult the day can imagine. It is a cloak that turns rain into a conversation instead of a verdict. Gentle victories pile up until they weigh enough to matter. A bruise less dark than it would have been last month. A joke landed before an argument. A jar set down exactly on its chalk circle. A coin saved without refusing yourself dignity. A friend trusted with a task they perform well enough to trust them with another. None of these earn drums. All of these deserve stamps in the private passport you carry behind your ribs. Catalogs of gratitude insist on being written, even if only into breath. Thank the plank for surviving you. Thank the rope for remembering its saints, the kindness and the promise. Thank the whistle for suggesting instead of scolding. Thank the ledger for swallowing lies others would have fed you. Thank the cat for ignoring the concept of despair. Gratitude is not diplomacy. It is nutrition. Philosophy visits at the least dramatic moment of the day, when the last jar is stacked and the sky fails to become extraordinary. The thought is simple. Identity is not a single noun waiting ahead of you like a gate. It is a verb you conjugate with knots, with measures, with jokes told on time, with the way you breathe when a wave slaps the board. The rewriting does not cross out old lines. It adds margins where annotations can live. Sunlight squares itself on the warehouse wall, and chalk remembers last season's flood line with a twinge you choose to feel but not fear. Preparedness, learned under storm and rumor, has a drawer labeled, "Open calmly." Mats ready, knots rehearsed, chest tied for the quick pull that saves hours of weeping. Knowledge like this does not make you invincible. It makes dread less persuasive. Ending comes the way morning came, by degrees. The cook scrapes the pot and declares there is precisely enough stew left for the foreman, the clerk, the boy who kept the broom, the woman who patched your shoulder pad, and the cat if it is willing to become a vegetarian for 5 seconds. Laughter answers from all the correct corners. The river nods the way grandparents nod. Tomorrow stands on the far bank waving a reasonable hand. The outline in its palm looks exactly like today. Ropes, jars, planks, chalk, songs, whistles, measures, tea, soap when luck is generous, sandals when straps remember mortality. Whether with opinions, officials with eyebrows, friends with spare elbows. The difference is not the nouns. The difference is the grammar. The sentence you live in now has clauses you wrote. Some nights are doors. This one is a window slowly closing on a kinder room. Air cools as if the river were exhaling for both of you. Lantern halos dim themselves until they are only suggestions, soft coins of light that do not insist. Pages of sound turn slower. A rope settling with a sigh, a bowl placed on wood with a quiet comma, a cat rearranging sleep into a better paragraph. Breathing follows the same punctuation. Long, unhurried lines, then a pause where thoughts loosen their sandals and rest their ankles. Any sharpness left over from the day smooths under the thumb of time. Words inside your head put on softer shoes. What mattered still matters, but it has stopped raising its voice. In this slower grammar, you are allowed to keep the good nouns, warmth, clean cup, loyal tool, decent joke, and let the rest drift out with the tide that polishes the posts. Ropes you tied earlier hold, and the plans you stitched lie folded under your ribs like a small blanket. If a memory taps the window, let it in only if it brings a lamp turned low. Stars above the warehouses keep their promises without spectacle. The river hums the one chorus it knows, the one that rhymes tomorrow with enough. Eyes trade their watch for sleep's soft assignment. Shoulders unknot by a fraction and then by another fraction, the mathematics of mercy done quietly. Somewhere a muezzin tests a single note for the morning to come and then decides to let you have this extra minute. Let the minute lengthen. Let it float. Let it carry you a small distance past worry. The city can take care of itself while you dream. It has practice. Rest with the tide. Rest with the hum. Rest with your name, both the one the ledger learned and the one you keep folded where even the river cannot read it.